Kevin Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It's a program that welcomes you to participate in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. You can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And then the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is open with Irvin M. Fletcher. Also, Tim is awesome. Ring the gong, Doug, and that's how the show starts. But I don't know if that's the lead because that's the way that things are every day. But what on a Sadie Hawkins Monday, Doug? Pray tell, is the lead? You have the UFL Championship that was hosted here.
Probably not.
The Doggies got a hat trick, but would you call it a tie or a draw?
A draw, yeah.
The Cardinals lost 3 of 4 in Milwaukee. J.J. Spawn won the U.S. Open. And there was a passionate debate leading into us on Caitlin Clark being the face of basketball right now.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to carry that over, but in the pre-show meeting, you guys were against me on that.
Poo-pooed it.
So, Doug, Sadie Hawkins, what's the lead?
Well, I'm surprised you would look to me for guidance, thinking I'm going to be of much good to you today, because I won't be. After 3 strikeouts in the 9th inning with 2 runners aboard, I'm just supposed to bounce back like it didn't happen and be a little trooper. It's pretty hard for me. It's pretty darn hard.
So you're going to sit this one out?
I think, I
4 hours,
I'd certainly
Tim.
like to. I think it's probably the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals are the lead in St. Louis.
The Stiefel dossier, that's how it's set up. I'm just telling you.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, it's getting wobbly for the
Doug can't
Redbirds.
get into the dossier, which has been live since October.
Well, I have to go back to October.
No, you
emails.
go into your search. Even I've figured this out. This is a win for the olds. You go into the...
A win for Jackson decided picked up an involuntary tell over there. He just shook his head.
No, keep cooking. Keep cooking.
Keep cooking. You go into your email, Doug, and then there's a little search area, and you just type dossier. I do it every morning now.
Okay.
And it's fresh, and it updates me on the real baseball standings, which,
see.
of course, is the Cardinals' record in a series.
12-10-1, Martin.
Starting to fade a little bit in the all-important series
So that's
category.
what we're going with now. Their record is their series win.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
12-10-1.
Seems to be a good indicator of where the squad is or isn't.
No, not so much. Not so much. When you look at the standings, does it have how many series they've won and lost there?
No, but it should. It doesn't.
But why doesn't it?
Because it's already pretty full with runs scored and runs allowed.
That's the wrong answer.
Okay.
It doesn't, because it doesn't matter.
If you just don't think about it too much, though, it all makes sense.
Yes, it
Thank
does.
That
you.
was gluten-free perk, Doug, and I think she debuted about a year ago, Jackson. Are we going to do a tribute program?
A look back.
Tribute program.
I'm always down for a
Brian
look back.
Engine, free perk.
Is it too early to crowdsource? Is there on the dossier? Is there
Never too early.
Never too early?
No.
Drive it over to the Indy race, which was on Fox last night. I actually thought of you guys because the Open on Fox, which has done a great job with the Indy circuit, they begin as if they've never been to St. Louis before, and they welcome, and it is an international crowd. They said St. Louis is known for many things along the Mississippi,
would that
including
be?
great musicians. And they had a little graphic with JJK and Miles Davis. Great
Nelly.
baseball. And they put 3 Cardinals. And this is a great Mount Rushmore, -1. Who do you think they put on that graphic, Doug?
Musial,
There's 1.
Pujols,
There's 2.
Gibson.
Yes, you got all 3.
Right. Yeah, that'd be my
Nonetheless,
3.
driving over to the track, and my mom texted me and said she turned the game off. She's so mad they're approaching the 9th inning. And then another friend texted and said, Roboski's going off. I didn't see it. I was in the car. I don't know if anyone caught the post.
Bosky's going off on the postgame show?
That's I was texted that. And then again, my mom, being a great source for sports content, said, I was so mad I turned it off. So
Wow.
I don't. And Jackson and I texted about it. It's hard. We can't find the audio, but apparently he was ripping them for their approach at the plate in the 9th, and I would love to find it. So we've got 4 hours.
So there was no balloon party postgame.
That was what I was told, and I would like to hear what Hungo, future Red Jacket wearer, had to say, because apparently he was miffed about the 9th inning where they had multiple chances there to deliver to at least tie the game. And Hungo was hopping mad. I could text him to come on the show, but the last time I had him on a radio show, we had to move the time around, and I said, I'm sorry, I have to go to a funeral. And he said, I'd rather go to that funeral than come on the show.
Oh.
So I took that as he doesn't really want to do any extra
He
hits.
does not like doing the call-in
The old
circuit.
phone-in thing, yeah. I found that out. So I don't think he'll be calling in, but if anyone has some intel,
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to hear that.
I don't know how pointed it was, but I was told
off-brand, as we say, Doug, in the business. Off-brand.
ever since he nuked Molina for not running to first, and the skipper turned on him, probably about 20 years ago.
Well, were they upset by the approach or just the fact that the guys couldn't get the bat on the ball?
I don't know, Doug. Now you're Doug sourcing. And
Yeah.
I don't,
Okay,
I don't
You
know.
responded to Martin's crowdsourcing by
With my
crowdsourcing.
own.
Double down
With
on
my
it.
own.
And Jackson, to his credit, searched for it, but we don't know where they archive the FanDuel post. And maybe it wasn't extreme, but I was told that Al was not happy. Would love to hear that. Anyway, I don't think fans are happy either, Doug, after another series loss.
Well, just the game loss is what I'm upset by.
Had a chance to even the series yesterday.
First and second, nobody out, and then second and third, one out, and could not put the bat on the ball. 3 guys in a row. McGill looks like he's pretty nasty reliever, so, it's easy to say, just hit the ball. But he's pretty nasty, but you would think in that situation, you could scratch one across. Somebody could get the bat on the ball there at the end. A really weak swing by Wynn there to end it. He was completely crossed up.
So you're mad too? I like it.
I'm not really mad. I'm just saying this is what happened. That's what happened. Wasted a good effort by Michaelis. He was pretty good.
Tim, with regard to the Cardinals, do you ever get tired of saying "I told you so"? That's from Danny Tanner. Doug, I don't think I'm a "told you so" guy. Because I don't like "I told you so" guy, so I don't want to be "I told you so" guy. And I don't know if there's any "I told you so" going on. I don't really think that there's if anything, I think if you would have said at this point in the season, Doug, how many games in 72, I think?
37 and 35.
That they're 2 games over 500. I don't know. That'd be about right. I was on the over of 76.5 wins. But I think most people saw this. If you know who your starters are, this wasn't a group of rookies in the rotation. So therefore, inevitably, there has to be a regression. Also, last week, the one Cardinal All-Star was out for all but one game up until yesterday in Brendan Donovan. Furthermore, Oli Marmol is charged with walking this fine line of committing to developing players, all while also probably auditioning for maintaining his position as the Cardinal manager. And so he has to keep guys in while they aren't necessarily playing particularly well. And then because their best hitter or one of their best hitters is a guy who can't play a position, he has to be the DH, which then leads to a domino effect on the lineup and the position players. So,
So you're saying they didn't sign him to be a DH?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
And they didn't sign the... Well, I was talking about Herrera. I guess that's the intriguing
you're talking
part.
about Wilson.
And then I just realized maybe people thought I was talking about Contreras.
I thought you were.
No, Herrera. Yeah, so 2 guys who are catchers but can't play catcher are their 2 best hitters, with including Donovan in there, I suppose. But he wasn't available last week. So they, and then you have the drastic decline here of late of Nootbaar and Scott. So you got the perfect storm. One of the perfect storm elements, though, I think most Cardinal fans knew was probably coming, which is the rotations regression.
Yeah, I don't think anybody picked the Cardinals to win this, outside of Pestis from Festus, who thought they'd win 90 to 95.
Hey, they still can.
Yeah, it was exciting there for a while when it looked like, maybe we're all wrong. Maybe they're really contenders, because they played pretty well there for an extended stretch. But now the wheels appear to be falling off. There's a chance they could get healthy against the White Sox, sweep that, win all 3. I don't care about the series, but they'd have 3 straight wins. That's what I would care about. That would make me feel a lot better.
I'd like to know the Brewers' secret sauce. They're always pretty good. They're always just like a tick better, it seems. And then you look at the lineup, you look at their overall squad. It never wows you, but they started terribly. Remember that? They were getting just smoked by the Yankees. They started slow, and yet there they are. They're just always a tick better. This is over the last 10 years or so, and you wonder, what is it? Because the lineup...
I think it's that ballpark, Jackson.
Nonsense.
Oh, nonsense. Called nonsense.
I thought they were kind of rubbing it in our face with that Nelly promotion for his upcoming concert there on the backstop. Did you see that most of the game? Nelly here, like June 27th. That's our guy.
Yeah.
Don't rub it in our face.
We're just coming off the heels of the Winnipeg appearance during the Stanley Cup playoffs. Trying to get past that.
Well, then you don't understand pitching, and that's okay.
Say that again.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
I think the I'm
Oddest
sorry.
exchange in the history
I'm
of media.
sorry.
Doug, sometimes you go down there and you just want to scrap.
Take him on.
That is a take.
You find
it's
a
a
major
strong
league
take.
pitcher.
It's one of the best takes ever.
You find a major league pitcher and you tell him he does not know anything about pitching.
Last Monday, we're talking about the series win over the Dodgers. Doug didn't care, but we pointed out they took 2 of 3 for the LA Dodgers. Now they've gone, 1-7 since a week ago Saturday. It's an exciting, scrappy win on Saturday. A week ago, they're 1-7.
Yeah, that is true. That Saturday game. If you would have talked to the Cardinal fans following that Saturday win, which I thought was the most exciting win to date of the season, and you'd won 2 in a row, positioned to sweep the Dodgers, and then where the state of mind is 8 days later, yeah, it's substantially different.
It can turn around in a hurry, fellas.
Good morning.
Hello.
But the pitching is what the pitching is, and I don't necessarily see how that...
And the hitting hadn't been much better either. The last couple this week, they scored 2 runs, no runs, 2 runs, and they had 8 in the one win, and then 2 runs again. You got to score more than 2 to win.
It was pretty evident when Donovan was out, too. The lineup's not the same. They waited a long time to move it. We asked for a lineup shuffle with Lars. It took quite a while to realize Lars should not be leading off. Mm-hmm. And I know when Donovan was out, changed your options, but that's when I was saying just put Wynn at the top. Just do anything but the same guy who was struggling mightily. Donovan, Herrera, Burleson, Contreras. That top 4, I don't mind that.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I agree with you.
Because, I mean, the Newt thing was driving me crazy. I'm like, he's just not hitting.
19 Ks in June, Martin. 19 Ks in June, and that's with not playing the last couple days, or at least not hitting. Orson Woods Wacko is active. Jackie boy, what day do you abandon your gal so you can attend a wedding on the East Coast in a golf maintenance shed where the groom is the sub and routinely takes the strap?
Oh.
That's from the Orson Woods Wacko asking about Jackson's travel plans for sweet Kai's wedding. Doug, we have plans on Saturday night to attend the Plowhawks wedding, but Jackson will be in Cape Cod with all the other riches.
I'm worried that he's going to go up there and get drunk and get knocked up.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Knocked up.
You're going to...
Jackson looked alarmed.
Someone put some in your cornflakes this morning, Vaughn?
Vaughn?
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't want you to have too much fun up there.
All right, fair
Get
enough.
yourself in trouble.
when are you flying out? Flying into Logan?
Oh, yeah, wee woo. Thursday. I leave on Thursday night. So I'll be here. I'll be on the show Thursday, off Friday.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
So Friday show will go swimmingly.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
I mean, so many shots coming across from this
I
day.
said that, pal.
Papers was just staring into the abyss there for a minute.
All right. It's all being noted.
No, that was meant sarcastically, because that's like what the air quote of the text box would be saying. Oh, good. Friday will go great.
I mean, yeah, from a production standpoint, I think we're in studio. It's pretty standard. Nothing goes wrong that way. Content of the show I can't speak to, you know.
Okay.
Tim wasn't here Friday, and everybody noted that we were wearing black, Tim. And they said, boy, are you guys wearing black because Tim's out? There's a lot of that.
There's a lot of mourning.
A lot of that chatter.
So excited for the Prem Trophy final. What a finish, eh? Top of the table. Their treble win. Look forward to the rugby coverage. Assume they'll give it a full hour. Doug, that's from Big Blonde Dan in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
We got to talk rugby for an hour? Boy, I sure like those scrums. Boy, those guys are tough.
I don't like how they have to dive.
About out of takes.
I don't like how they have to dive on the ground every time they score.
That's kind of old.
Takes away some of the swagger.
Yeah, why would you have to do that?
I don't get it.
Touch the ball to the end zone?
I don't know.
The most alarming thing about the series is the Brewers pulled twice as many fans as the Cardinals do. That's from Thrill Fan 22.
It was packed there yesterday. Sold out, I think they said.
Do you think that's because people like the ballpark?
Well, they know for sure they're never going to get rained on. There's always going to be a game. It's going to start on time. That's nice. That's a really nice thing.
Did you see the shadows on Saturday? It's an abomination.
We have shadows at Busch.
Not that bad.
Well, we've got shadows.
Do big crowds lead to more wins? And does the dome retractable roof lead to bigger crowds? Think about it.
Wow.
Maybe that's part of the secret
You were asking
sauce.
about the secret sauce, Martin.
Maybe.
But I would think it would lead to bigger crowds.
No,
you
but
know the weather's good, so more people go.
You guys are so
More people go.
You're building
and
on
then
this
the team's
is BS.
excited.
This is
stumbled
wrong.
into a retractable roof take.
This is wrong. I'm going to look up MLB attendance, and I bet that in the top 10 there isn't one with an attractable roof.
It's not the only factor, but it could be a factor.
Oh, factor.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I'm anxious to hear this
what
data.
did you Google? What did you say?
MLB attendance.
Don't get frustrated.
No. Hey, listen,
The best
MLB
teams are the
attendance.
Dodgers and the Yankees. They don't have roofs.
Okay, so the first team with a roof on there is number 11, Houston. So
That's a big
there's
win for you, Jackson.
nobody in the top 10 with a retractable roof in the top 10 of Major League attendance.
Maybe the Brewers are maximizing their ability because of the roof.
Oh, are they? Well, they're behind the Cardinals in terms of attendance.
They'd be in last place if it weren't for that roof.
nonsense.
There's some places that really need a roof. Seattle being one of them because of the frequent rain.
Minnesota
doesn't have one, but
Probably
they wish they
snowing
did.
day.
Gorgeous ballpark.
Houston needs one because it's so darn hot there in the summer. There's a lot of places that really need them.
It's really nice and cool in Los Angeles in the summer.
Arizona needs one.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Phoenix hot here.
All right. Whatever you say.
Well, the ballpark was rocking.
I've never felt more vindicated. You guys are making this BS up about it. It'll bring more attendance when there's nobody in the top 10 in attendance with a tractable roof or a dome.
So are we back to the Cardinals might not be good?
That could be something.
Dome?
That could be something.
I cannot wait to cash in my prima nocta rights on Sweet Sweet Kai. Gonna crush that little piggy right after he says I do. Doug, that's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, and he has prima nocta rights?
What is that exactly?
Well, that's from maybe the opening half hour of Braveheart, 1995's Best Picture.
I don't know the years, Tim.
And Longshanks had that edict in Scotland that the troops would be able to sleep with the new bride before the husband would. Some would call that a cucksitch.
Boy, I get the troops, like all of them?
Well, that just depends on the availability.
My word.
When do you think that went out of style?
Apparently, it's going on Cape Cod this weekend.
Probably around the printing press.
You think Gutenberg had an impact on it?
I think just once people got wise. Like, this is pretty messed up.
Like, well, there's like a Takesmith writing a column as opposed to about the UFL. They would write about prima nocta.
I bet the first think piece was about prima nocta.
Prima nocta.
Martin, there's Rusty Pecker is mad that yeah, Tim, when will you be scolding Martin for reading text on Friday but not crediting the autis of said text? Doug, what's an autis?
Author?
You think it was an autocorrect?
Yes.
What, so you would read text but you refuse to read the autis?
I would have to say I'm unaware of said allegation.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
I'm sure we read a fair amount of text.
We definitely read a lot of texts. I thought you were saying who it was from.
Yeah.
Well, these people like upset they're not getting credited for like, boy, you guys stink. Hey, that was my text.
Good one, Jackson.
Yeah.
Auteur, please.
Auteur. Who will have a bigger attendance, UFL Championship at the Dome or the Cardinals' next home game? That's from Evil Calvin.
The announced attendance, 14,000. I asked Steve Overby of the Post-Dispatch yesterday. He said it was about that, 14. I said, who were they? He said DC actually drew pretty well. When I told producer Dave that at Fox 2, he said, oh, my God, those are kids from St. Louis. They gave them all jerseys. He believed they were stage actors.
I'm right there with producer Dave.
He just said, there's no way. And I said, according to the official attendance, 14,000. He said, okay, fine. But they were kids from St. Louis handed jerseys to the Michigan Panthers. And I think there's probably a little hint of that.
You think they'll rethink their stance on having the championship game here now?
Where are you going to take
Why wouldn't you have that in Washington?
Well, yeah, DC's live. Okay. I saw
the total
parking.
package says the UFL died Saturday. What happened on
Died
Saturday?
on Saturday?
Like that's the end of it? Is that what he's saying?
Well, they have a contract through next year.
Yeah, I think next year's going to happen. But it's a struggle right now, Doug.
I understand the first time they had the championship game here because we were drawing great crowds here and not much anywhere else. But now that they've tried it 2 years in a row and they can't seem to fix the game properly so that the Battlehawks get in the championship, they may have to rethink that and put that at the give one team a home field advantage or something.
Doug Felix Jose's Dirty Boy Panties has sent in a screenshot of a film called Prima Nocta, a hot wife story done by Matthew Lee. Matthew Lee's
his brother used to call into the show.
Oh.
God, that stinks.
That's what he would say. But his brother wrote Prima Nocta, a hot wife story. And that's a book.
Yeah, it looks like a book.
Looks like it's got 49 reviews, and it's got 4.2 on Goodreads.
Good score.
But that's why I like goodorbad.com, even though we're pre-revenue. I like that I can just, if I want to watch Prima Nocta, a hot wife story, I can go to goodorbad.com and find out if it's good or bad. Jackson, what is the review?
I mean, that 4.2 on Goodreads is nothing to sneeze at. It says book 1, so I guess this story continues, which is nice. A hot wife pair of stories, at least. But we at Good or Bad, we'll take a look at the publication, and we'll get back to you on that one.
Could we define hot wife one more time?
Cut that off.
I think it's just a form of, sleeping around, but like
it's a wife
above board,
It's a husband who gives his wife permission to fool around?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that what's going on in Braveheart? Is that what's going on this weekend in Cape Cod? Because I got to tell you, some of these themes doesn't seem like there's two consenting parties.
No, I know.
That's my read.
Oh. That's the thing. I think prima nocta is more of a weighing your options situation, whereas hot wifing is all about pleasure, man. Oh.
Man.
But again, I'm no expert.
This is a guy headed to Boston this weekend.
He's ready to go.
Recovering alcoholic's going to appear kind of like that Tom Ripley, just in the shadows, kind of creepy.
Sweet guy's going to end up dead on a boat.
Yes. Stay off the boats, Kai.
Martin, I don't know if you have the Air Comfort Service text inbox up in front of you.
I do. I see all the auteurs. Hey, little beer cats. Hey, beer cats.
Do you see that? Do you see
Eric in the Centwestern. Hey, the Big Show. Hey, Minute Bull Eligible. Hey, you seal the boy. Okay, you're all there.
But I mean, what a magical moment, especially right after Father's Day. This is our Father's Day program. That you have Beer Cats texting in simultaneously with his son, Little Beer Cats, and they are in order. Beer Cats at 7:22 a.m. Did someone say hot wife? And then his son writes at the same time, ask my father, he's the pro. What a great moment here on the Father's Day edition of The Morning After.
Proud moment.
That's what it is.
I had sex and now Dad is dead.
If only Hallmark made a card for the Beer Cat family.
Doug, so the hot wife sitch is not a cock? Thanks. That's from the 817.
I couldn't possibly define either.
Cherry bomb, smoke bombs with your moms.
I can't think that you would want a hot wife for fear that the mad husband might shoot you in the back.
So then that would not be prima nocta?
No.
I thought the whole way that Braveheart got going was there was a revolt against the prima nocta, which would be a revolt against the hot wifing?
In so many words, yeah.
See?
Just in so many words.
I think
don't feel like it necessarily answer anything.
No,
but I like
there's a little more nuance. I don't think it was like we're going to wage war on prima nocta, but again, I don't know. Printing press is when I think I probably ran out of style.
Jackie, if I'm here reading a text from Beer Cats 3.0, pull the oxygen off me, okay?
The third generation.
The third generation arrives.
Just take me off the oxygen.
Okay.
That's fine.
Well, they're very active in there. Oh, no. Having your son be a coital... Having your son be your coital hype man is a special kind of creepy. Doug, I've never heard the term coital hype man.
Makes sense,
but
though.
Arbor Day, the 2023 and 2024 Texter of the Year, is saying Little Beer Cats is his father's coital hype man.
Like it's Ed McMahon. Yeah, it's not what you want.
So Beer Cats is Johnny Carson of hot wiving, and his son is the Ed McMahon.
Hey-o.
Yeah, yeah. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, the Father's Day edition is.
People are asking if Jackson would be handing out foot rubs for Father's Day.
No foot rubs.
What was your Father's Day celebration?
I went over for breakfast. My dad wanted breakfast.
How about that?
So me and the family all went over to my parents' house. My brother is also a father of 2 daughters. So it was a nice, lovely celebration. Really was. I like a little breakfast action, a little bagel.
Does your brother say girl dad? You have to now. You have to if you have girls.
No,
girl dad.
Say girl dad.
And was that all started by the Kobe Bryant, L. Duncan monologue on SportsCenter 5 years ago?
That's right. That's where the first time I heard girl dad was from Kobe. May he rest in peace.
So he started that. Or L. Duncan
He
did?
popularized
L. Duncan recounting her private exchange with Kobe was where it really took off. L. Duncan, a SportsCenter anchor, for those not familiar.
Yeah, that's where I remember it. It was from Kobe.
I feel like it goes a little further
Probably
back,
does.
but maybe didn't
is that
have.
right?
But maybe didn't have the
cachet
juice and everything it does now. Yeah. And shout out to all the girls.
Did you guys enjoy Father's Day as fathers?
Sure did.
This is like, I mean, I enjoy the question, and it's a wonderful question, as we are.
What's up, Dad?
But it sounds like somebody just getting their first on-air shift in Columbia, Missouri.
Well, I felt like the first person to be asked about Father's Day was the one guy without kids, and I was like, I don't know. I think that's wrong.
I have to. I see. I look at it through the lens of, and you and I are fortunate, super close with our fathers, admire our fathers. In my case, my dad gets me jobs still, so that's really I got to pay tribute.
Can we talk hot wifing tomorrow? Maybe in the A block.
But I know you're, very close with your father.
Yes, I am.
So I look at Father's Day through the eyes of being able to spend time
as a son.
Yes,
Very
exactly
fair.
right.
Very
because
fair.
I remember, Martin, when your dad passed away, was that 2005 or 6?
6.
Yeah. And I remember we were talking, and he had just passed away, and you said, appreciate the time spent. It still stands out to me nearly 2 decades later. Spend time with your dad. So I look at it through that lens. Like, my wife is an only child, and she always asks about Father's Day plans, and I go, and her dad is still alive and very active, and I said, don't worry about me. You spend time with your dad. You're an only child. Spend time with your dad. I'm one of 4, So that's how I look. I don't look at it through the... But then I was chastised by my older son, who really was upset that we didn't win the Dotem. And he goes, what are you going to do? And I said, I'm going to watch the U.S. Open. He goes, it's Father's Day, not watch golf on TV day.
Wow, I like it.
You'll learn
Hot
soon.
takes.
You'll learn soon, brother. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, for real.
Here's the deal, son. Dad does what he wants today. Understand? Get out and rake some gumballs.
Dad didn't sleep, and he's all hungover. That's what this theme is today. So
I played 9 holes with Carson, and he and I never go golfing.
That's
How
great.
wonderful
Snuck
is
that in.
that?
Yeah, we had 9 holes of
Your
golf.
son's getting into ball striking.
Yeah, and then some younger fella in a cart going by said, hey, happy Father's Day. And I thought, what if it's just my little buddy? I mean, it was my son, but what if it just happened to be a neighborhood kid that I took out golfing?
On Father's Day. Like some Big Brothers program that Martin's running. Where did you play?
We played, it's in Creve Coeur / Chesterfield, because I'm not sure. It's called Four Seasons, a public course.
Yeah, right off Olive.
Right off Olive. He and his buddies had played there the other day. He's still learning the game. And it's a 9-hole course. You can play it twice, Jackson. That would be 18. Well, we played 9. We had a great time.
It's got a real old school feel to it, the clubhouse and everything.
Yeah, I would say old school feel, but it's perfect for a
nice.
young crew learning their swing. But it's a little crowded because it's Father's Day.
Doug Bob Cobb just wrote in, and he says, what podcast do you all recommend? Because I can't listen to this S anymore.
That's fair. I like that as a slight, because he's asking for some input. Hey, what podcast? You're like, because I don't want to listen to you. Oh.
But I noticed that his last text, Martin, you like the text history. The previous text is, this show's so much better without Tim.
And that was from Bob Cobb.
Bob Cobb. Kind of like the name, though, I got to be honest. So is PGA Homer Jackson going to completely shield his boy Wyndham Clark by not putting his violent clubhouse eruption in the dossier? I'll just add, I've never seen that behavior on Live. That's from Mr. Licks. Martin, Mr. Licks, outside of being well-heeled, is a big fan of Live Golf.
I don't know why I got credit as a PGA homer. And it is in the dossier. If you go to 9-1, which of course
9-1
Mr. Licks can't see, but there is a link to an article about Wyndham Clark.
So Licks and Doug both unable to get into the dossier.
Right, one by choice, one not.
There were some golfers rather hacked off at the conditions.
Understandably so.
Themselves maybe for not being able to play in those conditions.
Yeah. I'm doing a deep dive here. I want to see what we have for clearing the deck.
Ooh, I have to still add some stuff to clearing the deck.
I'm a big fan of clearing the deck in the Stiefel dossier. It is the most random thing, and I thoroughly enjoy it. You can participate in the program. So many ways to do so. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-96. 888-203-1046. Then you have the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then at youtube.com/TMASTL. Already 200 friends have gathered to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That is where you can talk it over with other TMA listeners and watch the program. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Design Air, sponsor of the email of the day, online at designairservice.com. Doug, summer is here. Is the equinox this week?
I think so.
I would think it's got to be around this week.
It's like the 21st,
the solstice. It's on the 20...
Solstice, thank you, summer solstice.
On the 21st, right?
Well, we finally have temperatures in the 90s, and here we go. We're freezing, and then 90 on Friday, 93 on Saturday, 93 on Sunday, 95 on Monday. If your air conditioning goes out now that summer has truly arrived in St. Louis, you go to designairservice.com and work with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Longest running sponsor on TMA. And TMA is celebrating its 21st anniversary this year because the audience supports the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Love the show? Support the sponsors. Design Air Heating and Cooling is the longest running sponsor, online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Any air conditioning issues here with the temperatures getting super hot this week, especially this weekend, go to designairservice.com. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This puts the series in perspective, doesn't it?
Well, it really does. This is what you play when you lose 3 out of 4 or 2 out of 3 or get swept.
It's like that
Or
series
you
talk.
split a 2-game series.
Okay.
The only time you wouldn't play it is if you win 2 out of 3.
That's correct. That's actually correct. Mm-hmm. It's TMA 101 ESPN. 7 o'clock hour here on the YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/TMASTL, where friends such as Longshanks, since we were talking Prima Nocta, and Iggy and Doug's butt hamster are talking with the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer and John Scores and MD 2020 this morning. You can go in there and talk it over or just watch the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. A lot of buzz about me shaving, Doug.
About you shaving? Oh, your beard is gone.
Yeah.
Oh. Why did you do that?
I don't know. When it gets warmer, I kind of it becomes a thing. So, that's it.
Are people okay with it? Are they disappointed? Frustrated?
I know Jackson's been very vocal about liking my beard, Martin.
Love the beard.
So are you sideways with Tim right now?
I honestly didn't know this until until we started the program. I turned my left and looked because I have the YouTube back end right in front of me here.
You saw the buzz in the YouTube chat?
No, I saw the 4-panel shot and I was like, oh my God, Tim has no beard. And I just said, it's your life, so you do what you want, but it's...
it sounds like he's not on board.
I just like the beard, but I think it's internal because I wish I could grow a nice beard and I can't.
Okay.
So you're projecting your beard frustration on me taking for granted that I can grow a beard.
It's like when someone has an incredible head of hair and they have a buzz cut. It's like now you're just like rubbing it in people's face.
Yeah, no, I get that.
It's a Brad Pitt thing. He's always cutting his hair short.
Right.
Yeah,
it's
I get that.
Come on now.
Well, we had the YouTube chat up on Friday. Tim, you were out, so we had to persevere. Had the delightful Colton Parayko on with his Cup memories, and also
What did he have to say?
Also a big IndyCar fan. Well, I was distracted because during the interview on the YouTube chat, it just said Cheez-Its or combos. And I said, I thought we were having a great hockey discussion. And then Jackson pointed out, I believe, later and said, no, they wanted to know if you'd ask him Cheez-Its or combos. So I regret not being able to pass that along to number 55. So at times, it seems like they're having their own show over there. Mm-hmm. But I guess at times, they're also chiming in for this show. Cheez-Its or combos.
They do have a running program that is parallel to this program that occasionally will also intersect with what we are discussing. Some frustration in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646, that we had not gotten to the U.S. Open just yet, but I adhere to the Stiefel dossier. The Stiefel dossier is my guiding light.
It's the Bible.
Thank you. And I was barbecuing for family and my mother-in-law and father-in-law yesterday afternoon, and because of the rain delay, the festivities were still going on, and my mother-in-law asked if I had anybody I was hoping would win, and I said, well, before the tournament started, I put a small taste on the guy leading. Doug, I had a little $25 bet on that Sam Burns before the tournament.
Well, he kind of fell apart.
Jackson, what do you think a $25 bet before the tournament on Sam Burns would have paid had he been able to hold on and then win that U.S. Open?
$450?
No, about $1,600.
Jeez.
Yeah, so it would have been a nice little hit.
Yeah, I'd say.
And it became clear on the back nine that he was losing it. However, the implosion of the leader, Sam Burns, was expedited by a ruling that was very surprising. How many people on this dais are aware of what I'm talking about? I think Jackson's live.
I did not see that.
I felt like that might be the case, Martin. You weren't
Let's sit this one out.
Okay. So because the rain delay, the golf course had standing water all over the place. I mean, they had to, squeegee because there were puddles, and it was brutal. And he hits the fairway on 15. And I believe he was either tied for the lead or leading by a stroke when it happened. And when it hit, you could see water come up. Mm-hmm. And he gets to his ball, and everybody was kind of assuming that he was going to get relief from standing water. This is a kind of an ABC play. It's not really all that complex. And he was not granted that relief. and then had to hit the ball out of water, and then wound up double bogeying the hole, and then he was gone from the leaderboard. And wound up, I think, shooting a 78.
I think 8 over both him and Adam Scott in the final pairing.
He was gone. And hey, listen, you're going to have that. That sucks. That's not just a mental thing, because that actually impacts the way the club strikes the ball. That's why that rule is there. I think there is a flaw with the rule in that the rule is there for standing in the water, but not necessarily if your stance is not impacted by water, which is what the case was, but the ball is in water, which strikes me as an odd loophole.
It seems like it should be reversed.
Right.
Who made that ruling? Angel Hernandez?
I think Angel Hernandez did make that rule. So that was, from a wagering standpoint, unfortunate. But
you cancel the barbecue at that point?
No, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are used to losing. And so, you text everybody and go, hey, if you could hit that Venmo button and send it over. I got to meet this guy out at the Cracker Barrel parking lot today in Arnold, and hand him an envelope of cash.
Otherwise, you get your legs broken.
That's been implied. And
it's got nothing to do with why you're short.
Thank you very much. Okay. I've got that surgery coming up in China, and they're going to extend my femur tibula.
One of those big bones.
Thank you.
Sounds painful.
It's worth it, though. So then J.J. Spawn, to his credit, bounces back from bogeying 5 of the first 6 holes, and then hits 2 incredible tee shots on 17 and 18. I mean, he buzzed the tower on 17, which is a reachable par 4.
It was almost a hole-in-one on a
par 4.
Yeah.
I mean, that was incredible. So clutch. And then that tee shot on a 500-yard par 4 on 18, a thing of beauty. Gets it up on the green. Gets a great break. That Victor Hovland's shot was right by his, so he got, as they called it on the broadcast, a teach.
I'd never heard that before.
I hadn't either. I always heard the term read.
Okay, stop it.
Yeah. So he gets to see it, and all he has to do is 2-putt to win. And he's going at it, and oh my goodness, Doug, if it didn't go in, here is the call of what was the U.S. Open winning putt from first-time major winner J.J. Spawn.
Want to cozy it up. Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
Nice shot.
Just nearby on 1, the members were starting to tee off, and that's what you heard in the background.
64.5-foot putt, they said. Longest putt made in the entire tournament.
Yeah, and
that's
it happens there.
That's awesome.
So that moment is one that you will see replayed over and over. I realize for the casual fan, that's not a name that is well known. So often in majors, you will see somebody who is in form win, meaning they've been playing well, and Spawn had been playing well. He had to go to the playoff with Rory McIlroy at the Players earlier this year, and he did not play well a couple of weeks ago, but overall this year he has been much improved, and he was able to deliver. The thing that was most impressive, I think, is that he was able to shoot what he shot on the back 9 after bogeying 5 of 6 holes. Shot a 32 on the back 9 at that golf course when everybody else was imploding.
And that front 9, on Sunday, you saw that shot he hit that landed about 5 feet from the pin, hit the flag, and then rolled all the way about 60 yards back. It rolled back and had to chip again, bogey.
Brutal break. But it also shows that he was on.
Yes,
exactly. If you're hitting that shot dispersion that tight.
There's always a random Thursday leader or somebody playing well, and then by Sunday you've totally forgotten all about him. I feel like he appeared Thursday and then just kind of reappeared Sunday. But he'll probably be in that list, right, of random major winners.
See.
I mean, you never know, right? 34. Could get hot. Doug, you get hot here.
You can win the baby.
He could win a baby, but now he's won a major.
But Burns, who fell apart and shot a 78 yesterday, had a 65 on Friday. Can you imagine shooting a 65 on that course?
Sammy B.
This is Oakmont Corner, by the way. Welcome, friends, to Oakmont Corner. Corner of the
The
dossier.
Stiefel dossier?
Yeah, it's Oakmont Corner. I was reading about J.J. Spawn. Don't know much about him. Went to San Diego State. Spawn's mother was an avid golfer. and received a doctor's permission to continue playing golf while carrying him until she was 8 months pregnant. How about that? Goes back to mom.
Here is Sam Burns on the ruling that led to his downward spiral.
You know, when I walked into it, clearly could see water coming up and took practice swings, and it's just, you know, water splashing every single time. Called a rules official over. They disagreed. I looked at it again. I thought maybe I should get a second opinion. That rules official also disagreed. So at the end of the day, I mean, you know, it's not up to me. It's up to the rules official, and that's kind of that. You know, it's part of it. I was in a divot on 11 as well. It's part of it. You know, it happens. So you play enough golf. You know, you hit it in divots, and, you know, everybody does. So.
Oh, nice shot.
Doug, did you have a problem with the edit coming right after you think so?
I didn't love it, but I can live with it.
Because you heard the tee shot.
So why did the rules officials say no?
2 different rules officials said
why?
No. Because what Tim was saying about the stance versus the ball being in water.
Right.
His stance was pretty dry, but
the stance was dry, but the ball was in water, which is very odd considering both his stance and the ball were in the fairway, but one was in that spot.
He should have adjusted his stance so he was in the water too. And then he did a relief.
It's not the worst idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you take your stance with a putter so you're super close to it.
Yeah.
God.
If they're gonna
I got to tell you something, Doug. You might be onto something. I'm actually being serious.
Yeah, if they're being such
because
sticklers.
anytime you're getting a ruling, like if you're standing on a cart path or you use your driver to give you the longest amount of room to drop.
Right.
So that's why if you were watching on Saturday, Victor Hovland took an unplayable on 1 and he used his driver. That's the reason. It's the longest club in the bag. So if you're actually going inverse, I'm dead serious. I think you might have poked a hole in it.
You would have thought he would have thought of that.
Stand over the putter and go, I'm going to putt it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell the rules official I'm Texas wedging this piece.
Right.
I don't know who I could reach out to about that.
Jay Delsing?
I might text Jay Delsing about that.
Thinks. I mean, someone took a video of his divot, and it was soupy as all. I mean, it was filled to the brim with water. The whole divot was filled with water.
And every shot he took that cost him another shot in the standings, he finished tied for 4th, tied for 3rd, paid $263,000 more.
Oof.
So every little
every shot
problem
counts.
he had.
He bogeyed 18. I mean, he was gone when that happened. I mean, his statements about it, that's usually what successful golfers will say, usually. I mean, Tyrrell Hatton, you might have seen that this weekend. That tends to be a little more outward. But they're able to compartmentalize, you know, that stuff's happened. You just got to deal with it. It's part of the deal. You play long enough, you're going to have a ball land in a divot in the fairway. That's part of the game. But on that one, that was really brutal. Cletus, who has won many a dotem, including a couple weeks ago, says it was a horrible ruling, and Doug is 100% correct on the putter thing.
Yeah, they're going to be sticklers about the stance thing.
Yeah.
Stand in the water.
Stand in the water with the putter.
His stance couldn't have been very far outside of the water if his club was going to reach the water. Right. We're only talking probably a couple of inches, right? Adjust your stance.
But then would you have to then hit a putter on your next shot if you're doing it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but never know.
So if you're telling me my stance is okay and my ball is on the cart path, I have to hit it. That's from the 314. I don't know where that's coming from, but no, that's
well, he's saying the same thing. If you get a bad lie on the cart path, but your stance is on the grass.
The cart path rule would be different than a standing water rule. Yeah. Pretty sure it has to be the shot you're most likely to hit. That's not accurate, actually, because people will take driver. So that part is not accurate. That's from the Loomster. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in to the program. You're also welcome to call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Now, Doug, you would think that he got a good night's sleep, well rested, maybe had some nerves, but that was not the case. Unfortunately, you may have seen him celebrating with his wife and 2 daughters. His daughter was visited overnight leading into the final round by the vomit comet. Take a listen.
Really? Well, today I was running to CVS in downtown because my daughter had a stomach bug and was vomiting all night long. So I was just like, okay, Like, my wife was up at 3 a.m. and she's like, Violet's vomiting, although she can't keep anything down. And so it was kind of a rough start to the morning. I'm not blaming that on my start, but it was just kind of like it fit the mold of what was going on, the chaos. But my daughter always asks me every time Dad goes golfing, she's like, were you the winner today? And I'm just sometimes like, yeah, I was. And then she's like, well, where's my surprise? But so today she's like, you're the winner today. Like, she got to see it. Like, she didn't have to ask me. So that was a really fun moment.
Very pure. The shot sounds great.
That's
I don't know
become
what
the
club
focus.
that is.
The entire focus is the out.
Yeah, well, it shows no matter who you are, how important the event is you're involved in. If the kids are vomiting, you go to CVS.
Yeah, no doubt.
If it's still open.
Based on that, it sounds like a 24-hour one.
Do we have those around here? 24-hour CVS? I don't know of any.
I don't know of one, no.
I don't know where you go in the middle of the night. Are there some Walmarts open 24 hours? Maybe.
Tim from the Alternating Views text inbox. Hey, let's see. Loving the golf talk. What a nice change of pace from all the blues talk. And then the 618, shut up about golf. And then Mr. Licks is mad I called him random. I think as far as a major winner.
Doug, there's so much disdain.
It's almost as if you can't please everyone.
No, Mr. Licks wants me to sit this one out. He said, dude's been lights out all year, runner-up at the PGA. I'm just saying in terms of a major one, like years down the road, they always say Steve Jones is the one. Like,
Steve Jones, Doug, was that 95 or 96 with DL3?
I don't know.
96. Was he
that would
from
be
Tulsa or was it in Tulsa? One of those two.
I think he is the only major winner outside of, or maybe U.S. Open winner outside of the top 100 in the last 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. That might be the reason why that's... Doug, there's a florist in CVS. That's from the 5-second dude.
There's literally one outside the window here. Like Jackson can see it.
That one's not 24 hours.
No.
Oh. Sorry.
Gotta be
And then there's another texture. There's a 24-hour CVS in Florissant.
Is there?
You see a lot of interesting people there after midnight. There
I bet you do. I bet you do.
Like a woman?
Doug, can you tell me about the Collier and Thompson phone lines? Because that's where people are calling in. 314-974-0101.
Well, that's where you go if you're thinking, well, the house sure is tired. We gotta move. We haven't updated this place in 15, 20, 25 years and tired of looking at it. You may not have to move. Collier and Thompson can turn that house into exactly what you're looking for. They are absolutely outstanding at redoing kitchens and master bathrooms. And if you want to get your basement finished or knock out a wall on the first floor and open things up, that's what Collier and Thompson does. And it's what they've been doing since the 1950s. What sets them apart is trust. With Collier and Thompson, it's hard to know sometimes who you can trust in your home. With Collier & Thompson, you know that they're going to stand behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available there for you. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they do. They've got all kinds of 5-star reviews. Why, here's one from Julia B. Had bathroom and major water damage, rot in the outer wall and the subfloor. The workman, Jeff, was great with attention to detail and what was needed to fix everything. Heather was excellent with helping me pick out the wall and floor tile and countertops with bathroom appliances for a clean and open look in a small bathroom. Mike offered great suggestions for redesign and was immediately responsive. Would highly recommend using this company for kitchen and bath remodeling. That's not the only testimonial. They have lots of them, lots of 5-star reviews. This is just the place to go if you are serious about updating your house. It's Collier & Thompson. They are right there on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
You're welcome to call in those Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, or you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jay Delsing has already gotten back to me. God bless him. He says, so the rule is this. You have to take your normal stance, and water needs to appear around your feet. You cannot press down on the ground with your feet to make it happen. Or the water has to be visible under your ball. Somehow they are saying it was not, specifically on Burns's. With regard to the putter, he says it's a typical BS USGA move. They just had a deluge and don't give the player the benefit of the doubt when the entire place is underwater. And I don't know. I can see he's still texting on the putter question. A gentleman by the name of Andy in St. Peter's has texted in on Doug's putter theory, which I'm a big fan of, says you use the driver to measure your relief area, but when determining if you get relief from your stance, it needs to be a shot you're likely to play, so the putter would not have worked in Burns' situation because they would say he's not likely to putt it. That's the reason.
Well, even if you didn't use your putter.
If Andy in St. Peters is correct, I owe you an apology, and maybe we all can get dinner sometime, and I can apologize.
No, you don't owe him that.
When I come down there, Tim, we'll hang out.
Even if it's not the putter, there's still some shots you get a little bit closer to the ball than you would on others. Just scoot up a couple inches. Take your club and scoot up a couple inches. And saying, well, because it's in so much water, I want to be sure I hit it. There. Now give me the relief. That's what you say, too.
You start screaming. Jay is texting still. I'm surprised Burns even called an official, although they had one in each group. He could have brought Scott over, and he would have 90% said, drop it. Oh, Adam Scott. Oh, so your playing partner can give you that rule?
I mean,
here's a guy who played on the PGA Tour, so I guess I ask Jackson when Jay Delsing is giving me that information why I don't have a good answer.
A playing partner can overrule a rules official?
I think it can. I'm not going to. I don't know.
That's USGA, but does that not surprise you if that is?
I wouldn't say supersedes, but like would be your first, like, hey, what do you think about this? If he says, like, I don't know what the rule is, then you bring the rules official over. But he's like, yeah, that's standing water, pull it back. But then you might get hit with a penalty after the fact because the USGA loves doing that. So I would always call a rules official over.
And what they did that to Dustin Johnson at that golf course.
Right. Like I would always call
9
someone
years
over.
ago.
Always.
Yeah. I guess there is a time where you talk with your playing partners about where the ball crossed over into the hazard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the rules official isn't involved there. That surprises me as well. But I don't know, for those who are watching it, when it happened, it's the only time I noticed it the entire day when the ball hit, because I was watching it closely since he was my guy. I'm like, oh, nice, he hit the fairway. And it literally plopped down and water splashed up when the ball hit the fairway.
Yeah. On the broadcast, they were saying, like, that was a bad call. Like, he got a bad call.
Before the tournament even starts, they had to line up the rules official, and someone ought to walk up and down and say, lighten up, Francis. And they can just play these events like normal, just with some common sense. Too many rules. I don't like my lie. Go ahead and move it, JJ.
Think about Open last time it was there. USGA waited. Oh, here you go. Right on what we were talking about. USGA waited 5 holes to tell Dustin Johnson he either had to add a stroke or didn't have to when his ball moved on the 7 green. From the player standpoint, the USGA are not great. They make the Open so hard it's almost insane. That's from somebody who's experienced it and was on the call, if I'm not mistaken, at Chambers Bay. Jay Delsing. With Fox, yeah. Joe Buck, Greg Norman on that call 10 years ago. You're welcome to give your thoughts in so many different ways. 314-399-9646. Eric in the Central West End, he is not happy with this topic. No one, and I mean no one, cares about this stupid golf topic.
Hey.
And Doug, you played Native American ball with his father.
Played any ball with his dad years ago. Yep.
I work for Top Golf, by the way. That's from the 636.
Nice.
No. Somebody must know all the golf rules.
Oh, nice little drop in.
Where do you work? Text in. It would actually be kind of interesting.
Why does it give you credibility?
You're assuming they work.
There's the Lee Healy of this panel.
Get involved in the program by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brian Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Aestheticdesignandbuild.com is where you want to go if you want to set yourself up for the warm weather we now have in the St. Louis area. That's Dan and his team with their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. It's Aesthetic aestheticdesignandbuild.com. The weather warming up, so now you get to spend time outside with the family. They can take care of your outdoor living space with customized work, such as a full-on custom deck. If you want to add on a pergola, or, and you're starting to see more and more of these, people adding on by adding shade to your covered patio with retractable screens. That's what they can do for you at Aesthetic Design and Build. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Check out their showroom and let their expert team walk you through all of the different outdoor solutions they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and feel of your home. Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces expertly designed, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose yesterday to the Brewers. They dropped the series after losing 2 to the Brewers in Milwaukee. The Cardinals are off today, back in action tomorrow evening on the south side of Chicago, taking on the White Sox with Matthew Liberatore on the mound. That's going to be a 6:40 p.m. first pitch. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel. Jackson, what is the music theme?
Today would have been Tupac's, if he was born in 1971, that would make him today
54 bills.
54. He'd been 54 years old today.
So is it Tupac throughout the show, or is it just
it's Tupac's birthday?
Dead guys' birthdays? Controversial dead guys' birthdays?
Controversial in the sense that he's still alive.
Correct.
That could, you never know.
Be fun if we had him in the 9 o'clock hour.
Be great.
Surprise guest.
Surprise guest. Would take a while for me and Doug to guess that one.
Initials T.S. T.S.
They're not happy with Jackson's Sports Center update. Doug, this is from Lips.
Okay.
With a lot of S's. Jackson's and the Cardinals lost 3 games, not 2. I just wanted to be a radio police.
Oh, that's right. My bad. Sorry. That was a 4-game series. I get some rare 4-game series. Not a lot so far this year. My apologies. I didn't really
tweet out an apology, please.
No.
So my burners can chastise you for your apology.
No, for that reason alone, I won't be doing it.
Take some time off.
I don't want to.
Aren't you going to be going on Friday?
Yeah, I guess Friday and Monday I'm off. But
oh, nice 4-day weekend up in Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, a little bit. A little 4-day weekend for the kids.
Just kind of stroll the beach and think about what you just said.
Yeah,
time off
over a lobster.
Gosh, how did I not know it was I knew it was. I should have. I knew it was a 4 game, but I said 3.
Yeah,
time off.
3 out of 4. They lost 3 out of 4.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle texting in. I have a hot take. I think the Red Sox made the right decision. Doug, he's talking about the Devers trade and Jordan Hicks, former Cardinal, part of the haul, if you want to call it that, for the Red Sox in exchange for the franchise foundation who they got into business with 13 years ago, and now off to San Francisco.
Well, the Giants needed the offense and can afford somebody like Devers, and Boston was tired of dealing with him, I guess. Wanted him to play first base. He said no, which seems bizarre to me. The players now are managing as well as playing. So the Red Sox said, yeah, time to go. I don't know much about the guys they're getting, the prospects. I haven't followed James Tibbs III's career as closely as I probably should have.
Good for you for saying that.
He's got good stuff.
Yeah. But
except he's an outfielder.
You never know if the prospects are going to be the next stars or there'll be nobody. So it's hard to judge really now.
It's amazing how this move seems to have been predicated, though, by personal relationships and like it melting. Like they're saving a ton of money moving forward, but if they don't sign Bregman without telling him, and that was his original beef, reportedly, is that they didn't even tell him, then they said, we'd like you to move. I think they first said, did they ask him to move to DH? And he didn't really want to do that. And then when they had the injury, they're like, do you want to move to first? He's like, all right, that's enough. And he was a premier player. I agree with you, Doug, that the players shouldn't be dictating the terms, but it feels like we're having a star player, they kind of mucked it up a little bit in terms of their relationship with him.
Yeah, the relationship went sour, but it's a sign of the times that that's even a consideration, that the player can tell you, no, I'm not going to play another position. What? That's okay with everybody?
Well, clearly not. They decided to ship his ass out.
Good for them. Good for them.
And off the books, $250 million.
Seems like it would set a terrible precedent if you're telling players, okay, you don't want to do something you don't want to do? Okay, we'll give you your way.
They had a meeting between the owner, their GM, and their CEO when they were in Kansas City playing the Royals to meet with Devers and their manager, Alex Cora. John Henry did not speak to the media afterwards, but relayed to Craig Breslow, the GM, that it was a productive conversation. Though the exact conversation in that meeting remains unclear, Breslow made sure to note that the group discussed what it means to be a teammate. It was clear that some in the front office had grown tired of Devers voicing his displeasure with the club through the media. That is from the Athletic story on how this trade came to fruition.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you can have addition by subtraction, and that may be what the Red Sox just did.
I mean, and he's hitting well, so it's obvious we just want him out of here.
Mm-hmm. His last at bat was a home run against the Yankees. Last at bat for the Red Sox.
Yeah, he's a good hitter. I don't know that he's great enough that you just let him run roughshod over the franchise and do whatever the hell he wants to do for the next.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Well, I'm kind of hating the player.
Friend of the show, Jared, is it Carrabas?
Yeah, he is a friend of the show. He's there with us on opening day when I fell through the set.
He was not happy at all. They immediately threw him on MLB Network, and he was like, huge thumbs down. His quote via...
Big Sox guy, Martin, as you remember.
Yeah, so he is a baseball guy through and through. Does a lot with FanDuel, but also Red Sox. He's on a number of different shows, I believe. His comment was on Twitter, Red Sox continuously have asked this fan base for time and patience, only to have their faces routinely spit on. It's sad hearing from fans who used to care deeply about this team but don't care anymore. I can't even come up with an argument for why they're wrong for feeling that way. And I read that, and I thought that's also a lot of Cardinal fans.
I would agree with you. That's what I was thinking as you were saying that.
As you hear this, he's talking about the Red Sox. He said they continuously preach time, patience, only to have the faces routinely spit on. Sad hearing for the fans who used to care deeply but don't anymore. And I think, that's a little bit Cardinal-esque right now.
I agree with you.
Now, the Giants have a Gold Glove third baseman there now, and Matt Chapman. He's on a 6-year deal. So Devers, I would think, is not going to get to play third base there either.
Well, Chapman's hurt right now, but yes, I would agree with you. Eventually, there's going to have to be some movement there. The Giants are 41-30 and one of the best records in the game, and that's a surprise. They don't have much offense so far. Now they'll have it with Devers, but their success has been built around their pitching and the prospects going back. I mean, Hicks, we know here in St. Louis, was not the centerpiece of the deal. Is Harrison, who was their number one prospect from a year ago, and their number two prospect, and that's the guy that you've been watching closely, you said, and that's James Tibbs III?
I have, yeah.
What does he do so well?
He's got some athleticism, Timmy. If he can put it together, I think he can be a solid contributor.
I like him with that Green Monster.
Enjoying the show.
Mm-hmm.
Whether he's righty or lefty, I think he'll use that monster to his advantage.
Well, he can catch a ball, and he can throw a ball. And, when he makes contact, he hits it, too.
Gosh. I will say, I thought Jordan Hicks was going to maybe be a star. I just kind of surprised now. Somehow his stats came up the other day. We were talking about him having a rough year for the Giants. Well, we were talking because the Brewers guy was topping out. The rookie was topping out at 102, 103.
And Hicks had that 105-mile-an-hour pitch a few years back.
And we were talking about him Friday. He said he's 1-5 with a 6.47 ERA.
Yeah, they made a starter out of him. It seems like with that heat that he can throw, maybe reliever would be better. Give us one inning throwing 102, 103 miles an hour. That's all we're going to ask. Try to get the ball over the plate. Maybe that's what Boston will do with him.
It's such an incredibly whiny take by Carrabas. They just traded for the best left-handed pitcher in baseball and signed him to an extension and signed Alex Bregman. Boo-hoo. That's from the 314.
But you trade a huge piece of your offense. Somebody who was essentially the face of the franchise when you signed him. I could see where the fan base might feel a little burned.
Is he saying Kyle Harrison is the best left-hander in baseball? Is that what he just said?
How good was it just to see this team get the win?
Yeah, it was very good.
Lance Lynn expanding on what took place. Cal, what else you got? Cal, what do you get? Jackie, can you speak through your Calvin voice drop? And that would please all the drop police, in addition to pleasing me because it's Cal May.
Were you surprised how far the home run went?
No. I mean, I hit it hard. I don't. That's a weird question because I know I'm strong. I know how far I can hit him when I get a hold of him. But no, not really.
Who
so
was
what
that?
Your grandma think?
I don't know. I haven't told to her yet.
Well, talk to Grandmama.
You just played two of the best you got.
Who was the hitter that said I'm pretty strong?
I think it was Mark Reynolds.
It has Mark Reynolds.
Okay, Brandon Moss, one of those kind of guys.
One of those kind of
guys.
I think it might have been
Home run
Brandon
strikes
Moss.
out.
One of the faces of the last decade.
I think it might have been Brandon Moss.
You're welcome to get involved in the program. So many ways to do so. Calling in 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
The Classic Air Care knows that you've been turning up the air conditioning unit. Why wouldn't you when it gets hot? Well, did you know that the number one thing that you can do to keep your HVAC system in top shape is to change your filter? Even though it's called a furnace filter, it plays a crucial role in the entire system as the air conditioner uses the furnace blower motor to circulate the cool air through your home. That's the kind of detail that Classic Air Care wants you to know if they've got to come out to your house to fix a unit, to maintain it, you name it. They also offer duct cleaning, and the perfect time is right now. They use negative pressure duct cleaning systems to extract all the dirt and contaminants such as bacteria, debris, and dust from your home's central air duct system, cleaning the air in your house. Classic Air Care is there for you. They've got over 100 vans on the street. If you need your system looked at, worked on, or repaired, they can typically get to you in the same day as well. Log on to classicaircare.com. Check out their 4.8 Google rating. You can read about the great service you can expect when you rely on Classic Air Care. We rely on them for our house here. You can rely on them for yours as well. Classic Air Care, they've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's Team A101, ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers on his way to Martha's Vineyard for a 4-day weekend. It's just nice to be old money, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just nice to be old
You have
money.
a clam bake up there, no doubt.
I would have to think.
Bing Crosby had clam bakes?
Oh, he sure did. Crosby's clam bake.
Is that just like a clam buffet?
I think that's where you dig a hole in the sand in the beach, and then you put the charcoal or whatever in the hole.
Oh, okay.
And then you cook the seafood on top of that. I think that's what it is.
All right, well, I'll have one of those.
And he liked orange juice, too?
Hey, Dad, aren't all orange juice the same? No, Nathaniel. Much difference in orange juice there is in Hope and Crosby.
Doug will sometimes play the hits for me, and I appreciate
that
it.
commercial was on for years.
And then he went home and
Minute, the best you can
abused the kids. Allegedly.
I think that was the tail end of the orange juice commercial.
By that, I mean like he was a mean dad, is what I
The
meant.
whole family was on the commercial. Bing and like his 22-year-old
choice.
wife and his kids that were just a few years younger than the wife. Aren't all orange juice the same? No, Nathaniel. Much difference in orange juice there is in Hope and Crosby.
Joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Segue.
Chris Kerber. Yeah, how do you segue from Bing Crosby to Chris Kerber?
Well, I don't have the dance moves, I can tell you that. I can't sing, that's for sure.
Well,
but I am I am going up to we are going up to Cape Cod as well here in a couple of weeks.
Look at this.
I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome.
Jackson will give you a little preview.
Yeah, I'll be on Thursday.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. We were supposed to get engaged out on Martha's Vineyard, Christy and I, and a little moped detour going around kind of changed those plans. So we ended up getting engaged right in front of the Ocean House restaurant there in Dennis. So Cape Cod's a great place if you guys haven't been, man. It's fantastic.
Jackson, have you been before?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've been to Cape Cod.
And what is it, like an hour from Boston?
Yeah, in that ballpark. Depends on traffic.
Yeah, about an hour from Boston, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours from Providence.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, some of us don't have Cape Cod money.
Well, I feel like
we vacation at
I
Johnson
actually think it's one of those places.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, Doug.
Yes, you do.
I feel like it's one of those places Kachuk forgot he has a condo or something, so he might be able to borrow it.
Yeah, he lived up there for a while. I don't know if they still have their place up there, but it's kind of one of those cool places where, like, in the same vacation, you could have kind of an Atlantic beach experience. You could have the Cape Cod Bay experience. There's cranberry bogs. You could be camping out kind of in the woods on a lake. It's a pretty doggone cool place to be.
Something for everyone.
All right.
Chris Kerber, kind enough to give us his perspective on the state of things, both in the Stanley Cup final and with the Blues. And this thing has been something else. I really was not anticipating what we got, though, in Game 5 following Edmonton's big win and really the performance we've seen from Brad Marchand as well. I just gave a throwaway pick for the on Spread Zone for Marchand at plus 8,000 for the Conn Smythe, Doug, and maybe I'd be live with that play.
Oh, gosh, yeah, I would think.
I mean, that's unbelievable. Curbs, what'd you think?
You know, he's been fantastic for them. What a pickup it was. One of the things that led me to think that you could see the kind of game that we saw in Game 5 was when you watched some of the press conference stuff, some of the morning skate sound, when you talked to a couple people around the organization. I got the feeling that after, the loss in Game 4 for Florida, there was just that business, like very similar to kind of the Blues' calm response to the hand pass game in 2019.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I walked out of that locker room after the day after that hand pass game at the morning skate going, San Jose has no idea what's coming. I mean, Pat Maroon was just looked at us and said, business as usual, guys, we got them. And to me, that's that's kind of the vibe that Florida has. Their experience, their calmness is just so good. So it's going to be a tough chore. Now, I'm not ruling Edmonton out. I mean, look, last year went to Game 7. It wouldn't shock me if this one goes to a Game 7. But the difference, I mean, it took a 3-game win streak last year for them to get to Game 7. They don't need that, obviously, on this one. But Edmonton has found themselves really chasing some games. And sometimes when you chase enough games, you eventually end out of rope. So when they hit the ice on Tuesday, you got to think Edmonton's thinking, hey, we need to get a lead and we need to hold on to one.
Were you surprised they didn't go back to Skinner for the home game, even though he'd gotten pulled in the previous? And now where do they moving forward? What do you do? Do you think they've kind of created a mess, or do you think he did what he had to do?
You know what? Number one, he did what he had to do. And, yes, he did create a mess. But that's the real challenge here. I mean, look, it worked for him. If the same thing had worked for Pete DeBoer, he's probably still the head coach of the Dallas Stars. It worked for him in the one game. But to me, when you don't go back to him, now you've created that whole sense of doubt, right? And when you see a couple goals go in, like they did, and eventually they did on Pickard, then you're sitting there going, okay, well, now they've got a real problem. And sure enough, they do, because the headlines are saying, the Edmonton Oilers is unsure of their starting goaltender for Game 7. Oh, baloney. They know who they're starting, right? They're just not going to tell you, right? But, yeah, to me, for Game 6, look, they had to change. I think changing their goaltender was the right move. It created a spark that helped them get the win. Not going back to him really created some doubts. Like to me, if you had pulled, look what the Winnipeg Jets did. Winnipeg Jets pulled Connor Hellebuck 3 times, still went back to him. You got your starter. You got to go with your starter. Because now what do you do going into Game 6? Do you go back to him in Game 6? And then if they lose, you know that you've got every bit of goaltending questions that you've always had before, and it hasn't settled down. You had your goaltender. Skinner's your goaltender. I think they should have gone back to him.
Yeah, because even if he plays poorly in Game 5, Game 6 now, you can't. I feel like you can't. If you go to him now in Game 6, he's sort of damaged goods. Like if you went back to him in Game 5, no big deal. You pulled him, put him back in. It happens all the time. The fact they didn't go back to him, I just think it's going to be a tough. You're asking him to do a lot. I would think you've affected his confidence at this point.
Well, yeah, I think you definitely do. Now you hope that he's got the mental toughness to get through that. At the same time, to me, what you've also done is you've taken the rest of your team off the hook. You sit there saying, we have a goaltending problem. And you don't have a goaltending problem as much as you've got a problem, in front of your own net right now. And the fact that the Florida Panthers are just pretty much that deep and that good. But, yeah, when you didn't go back to him, you pretty much told your team that, okay, we're going to have to figure things out in goal, and you pretty much hung everything on your goaltenders. And I don't know of too many scenarios where that really works.
Is it fair to say that Florida's just got a deeper roster? Edmonton's got the 2 superstars, but Florida's got players up and down the roster that are awfully good.
Yeah, look, they've got the 2 superstars, and Draisaitl and McDavid clearly, are just the top tandem in the league. But they're only on the ice for 22 minutes a game, right? What are you doing with the rest of the game? And that's where Florida is just deeper. And Florida has some real studs and stars as well. So they may not be like the crazy superstar status in terms of offensive skill of those other 2, but they're dang close to it. And I just think Florida is just a little bit deeper. They're just they've got some of that extra jam, some of that extra moxie. And when somebody like Brad Marchand, who knows he's not only playing for a contract, but here's another chance for him to win a Stanley Cup, having lost in a couple of Stanley Cup finals. He's motivated. So if they get the goaltending they need from Bobrovsky, this thing should end in Game 6. And Florida should be back-to-back champions. If it goes to a Game 7, man, that's going to be pretty spectacular up there in Edmonton.
God, yeah. Can you imagine that scene? Wow. Game 7 in Edmonton with that on the line. That'd be incredible.
Curbs, you think it'd be good for the league?
It's crazy to think that a Canadian team has not won a Stanley Cup since 1990.
I was just getting asked because
you guys were working telepathically right there.
Curbs, it's been pointed out that I've asked you this like 3 or 4 weeks in a row. Do you think it would be good for the league if a Canadian team won? But I as much as I like Kachuk and the Panthers, and I would enjoy them winning again, I'd kind of like to see that Game 7 up there with everything on the line.
Oh, from a pure entertainment standpoint, absolutely, you want to see a Game 7. I mean, if you're a hockey fan, you want this to go a Game 7. From a local standpoint, you've got Matthew Tkachuk on the one side, you've got Trent Frederick on the other side. So those two guys were teammates growing up. There's a lot of different great storylines, no matter who ends up winning this thing. The quality of hockey has been outstanding. The level of play has just been terrific. The physicality all the way through has been just insane. The battle and what it takes to win this every year, it just seems to get even tougher and tougher during these playoffs. And there truly is, like, there's no sport that comes close to the quality of the entertainment and to the level of play and toughness that it takes to win it than the Stanley Cup. It's just, and nothing's even close. It's not even close.
I feel like some of those Florida defensemen maybe don't get some of the credit that they deserve nationally. Like Forsling has done a really good job of keeping McDavid from running nuts in the offensive zone for Edmonton. He's one of the top forwards or defensemen in the league, wouldn't you say, Gustav Forsling?
Yeah, look at what the Florida Panthers did. I mean, he's playing at it right now. I don't know that you'd rank him there, Doug, during the regular season and when you're rattling off guys. But, you've got Ekblad and you've got the guys that have been there, for a long time. But then look what they did when they brought in Mikkola, and then they bring in Forsling, and you don't necessarily need that true superstar stud on the defensive side to get the job done, especially when you have good goaltending. But you do need top to bottom. Like you cannot win a Stanley Cup without a really solid, number 5 and number 6. You have to have some depth, and that's what they've got. And they have found that you can pretty much put any one of their defense pairings out against any one of the Edmonton lines and have confidence to it. And by the way, that's the only way that you could probably beat Edmonton, because of how much ice time McDavid's going to get, because of how much ice time Draisaitl's going to get, because of the way they start him in the offensive zone. If you're trying to hard match up against those guys, it's just not going to work.
Well, I know every time we think, well, this series is over now, their team's going home to play a clinching game on their home ice. It doesn't always work that way, does it? Because we thought Edmonton was done last year when they lost the first 3 games and came back to force a Game 7. So it seems like every time you think you've got it figured out, sometimes it goes the other way.
You know what? And that's the thing is like, that was probably the more lopsided playing game that we've had in this series, right? And in that last game. And you got to think Edmonton's going to have a response because they've had it the whole way. I've watched this series, guys, and one of the thoughts that I've had is I go back to the beginning of the season and just how up in arms everybody in Edmonton was about the Blues signing Broberg and Holloway to the offer sheets. And here's that team now is still in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup final. And it to me is just an example of when you are a team that is in a championship window, you need experience, you need guys to get their putt. Colson's played well for them. They did some good things to make sure that they had some cap space or at least some draft picks to move to improve their team. Obviously getting Evander Kane healthy again and circumventing the cap with LTIR worked again for them. That's another team that's done it. But the reality of it is, to me, one of the fascinating storylines that really isn't talked much, and I understand it, is how up in arms, and every time that Broberg or Holloway would do something great on the ice, people in Edmonton would go bonkers, and yet here they still are in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, I saw this text as speaking to that window, Curbs, and the goaltending situation we were discussing earlier. Final thought here. It's crazy, but I think you could fleece Edmonton for Binnington, then sign him back after our kids develop the next 2 years. Blues Cup 28-29. He'd be a champion-level backup, and Hofer takes 60% of the starts. Do you think Edmonton would bite on that, and they could make good on the offer sheet 365 days later?
I think Edmonton and a whole host of other teams would bite if you made that dude available. And for me, I'm not saying it couldn't happen or it wouldn't happen. I'm just saying that if it was up to me, I'm not letting it happen. How about that?
Yeah. I wouldn't imagine the Blues
listen,
would be
guys,
ways.
I say this, and I've said this over and over and over again over the years. You go back to my first, I got here in 2000, right? And you go back those first 10, 12 years, every time we did a post-game show, and all three of you were covering the team, back then as well. You knew that there was a goaltending question every single night, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, well, for the first time, really, once Jordan took the net in 2019, there hasn't been a goaltending question. It hasn't always been perfect. There's been ups and downs. But you've known who your number one starter is, right? The Blues are not where they're at. They do not turn this thing around the way they have in a couple of years without their goaltender keeping them competitive. He's made saves when, people are learning, and those are the kind of confidence things from a team standpoint that you need to have. So I don't know why people at times kind of hanker. They think, you're going to get a great package. Listen, very rarely do those trades happen, right, where you're going, it's a win-win. I mean, Eric Johnson for Shattenkirk and Stewart, maybe that one was. But, man, those things don't happen very often. Typically, the teams that's trading the best player in the deal loses the best player in the deal. So I'm one of those guys that I'm not considering it, but then again, I'm not in charge.
Chris Kerber giving us his perspective. Game 6 in Florida. Do we get a Game 7 in Edmonton? Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, kind sir.
All right, fellas, have an awesome week. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Thank you, too. Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, talking it over regarding the Stanley Cup Final and the potential impact on the Blues. Martin, can you tell me about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed, Tim. You should know this. Design Air is the longest-running TMA sponsor and a long-time St. Louis-based company, and that's really important to know when you do business with somebody. You love the fact that they're based in town, but that they've been here for over 100 years means they're going to be here 5, 10 years down the road. A company that stands behind their work. On top of all of that, Seth Goldcamp and his team, they make sure their technicians are there to get that furnace, that air conditioner, get the HVAC unit back up and running without trying to sell you something you don't need. If you're in the market for a new AC unit, it's brutal this time of year. You got to get that fixed, get it repaired. But if you need a new furnace, new AC, this is the place to do it. DesignerService.com, the website where you can book your appointment. If there's a little note page there, you just put, I'm looking for the handsome repairman. You can ask for that. That's an added bonus we've learned on this show. But the bottom line is, best repaired team, no upselling, and a family name that stands behind their work. And they're going to be here for decades to come. Seth Goldcamp's 4th generation. So for all your HVAC needs, year-round support, one of the great sponsors of this show, DesignerService.com.
Last week we talked about the athletics player poll, and Oli Marmol was listed as the manager that players said they would least want to play for. Now, got to keep in mind, this wasn't a survey of every single player. This wasn't like a monster sample size. I believe 125 or so were asked this question, and a variety of managers were named, but his name was mentioned the most. Coming up, we will have Oli Marmol's response to that. We'll have the audio for you. Yes, that's coming up next here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
them Chicago Cubs. You wanna know the difference between them and us? Well, first off, we red, yeah, you know they blue, but they don't know October quite as well as we do. Yeah, our fans are always crazy, yeah, we hardly ever sober, but then they never party, especially in October. Yes, St. Louis, we the truest red birds in our hearts. So many pennants, we should hang them from the arch. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my hat. As long as that bird red, I'ma put it on my bat. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my back. As long as that bird red, I'ma wear it on my hat. Yep, but Cali got them wheels, so you know he gon' steal the cars. They got that staff, they're gonna seal us the deal. Yes,
there it is.
Always rowdy, yeah, so let
Great,
me hear you
great
clap your
music.
hands.
Fantastic music.
Now we back up on
Think this will turn the season around?
No, I don't.
TMA 101 ESPN. We had the player poll from The Athletic last week, and Oli Marmol was voted by the approximately 125 players that were asked their favorite manager, and that was Bruce Bochy and Terry Francona. They won that. Least favorite manager, Oli Marmol, won that, along with Bud Black. Bud Black since terminated. Here, Oli Marmol appears on the podcast Foul Territory, and it's asked about that Gallup poll.
Here's an example of a player that said, "Oh, I don't want to play for Oli." Quote, "I don't really know many managers. I'm trying to think of someone in our division just so I can say someone. Who's the Cardinals guy? Yeah, just put him down." So,
no, I love articles like that. They're my favorite. I mean, to simplify, AJ, what did the opposing players think of you when you were a player, bud?
Oh, we talked about that. Trust me. We talked about that yesterday because we had the writer on it, and I said, well, you know, I won most hated all the time. I'm like, so can we get that one back? So like, yeah, that's fine.
But here's the thing. And then when you come over, the guys that you actually played with, once you got traded and came over, what did they think of you?
I mean, I think they like me. Most of them did. I don't think Wainwright likes me because now we have to work together. So I think Wainwright's probably the one that was
like, even in talking to Scouts and Jay, like they've mentioned it, like, man, like you see him across the way and you just like, you hate him, like his act, all of it. And then you get him in the clubhouse, you're like, he's my favorite dude. Like, I want him here for as long as he wants to be here. So I take it as like, I don't care like if the opposing team doesn't like me, I'm okay with that. If it's my own guys, that's something different, right? But yeah, pull my own guys, and then we'll go from there.
Base hit.
A little knock.
Mm-hmm. It's a good response to that.
I think you turn it around. Yeah, Brzezinski, when he got here in the locker room, I said something about you kind of had an edgy background. He said, "Are you trying to ask me the question why I'm not really a liked player?" And I said, "Yeah, just talk about that." So he like clearly owned it his whole career.
Right. And when they read a quote like they read at the beginning of that kind of puts things in perspective as well. Maybe guys don't necessarily know.
Well, I think he has a cocky demeanor
from the article, but I mean,
but you're saying, Jackson, that for Oli, it's more dismiss the whole thing because guys are just jacking around. Like, put him down.
Maybe not dismiss the whole thing, but understand, like, guys aren't going to be so quick to be like, oh, I know everything about every manager, and this is why this guy's hated. It's like, they're in my division, so I just hate this guy. You know, for some. I'm not saying for all. I think there's some people who would be like, we could point to some of the things we talked about last week when we read the poll about some of the things that might rub people the wrong way about Oli. You know? So
I think that what he said specifically about looking across the dugout, we can actually take it from more of an, I think this would be fair to say, an unbiased perspective because it is not subjective. This actually took place. When Lance Berkman came over here, you may recall this, he talked about how he hated La Russa. And then he got here, and he loved him. So it's one of those things when you're competing against somebody, especially when they're in your division, as Jackson cited that quote, that you have a real dislike for the ones that you're competing with perhaps more intensely than, say, who's the Marlins manager, who's the Pirates manager. And I'm also asking because I don't know who the Marlins manager is or who the Pirates manager is.
Oh, they're both skippers. I know that.
I'm going to surprise myself. I think it's Clayton McCullough. Is that the Marlins?
That's the Marlins manager.
Okay.
Bing,
nice.
Ding, ding.
Parlay it, Martin. Parlay it.
Remember, the Pirates manager got fired.
I know. The great Derek Sheldon, who was from Carbondale. And when the Pirates were good at the beginning of the year, was that 2 years ago? And the PR guy told me they were kind of busy when I tried to get him on a show. And he was in demand. And I'm like, oh, that'll pass. The Pirates manager, I have zero clue.
The person who is the Pirates manager played every position on the field in the major leagues, including pitcher.
Jose Akendo.
Nope.
He's
Wouldn't that be a
managing the Pirates.
surprise?
Great baseball name.
Initials,
DK.
please. DK. Don Kingman.
Don is correct. Kingman is not.
Don Klein.
Don Klein is wrong.
Don Klugman.
That's not a
Second
name.
letter, please, on the K.
E.
Don Kessinger.
No.
Oh, that's a good guess.
Yeah.
He was a player. He was a player manager at one point, 40 years ago.
Don Kensington. Third letter, please.
L.
Don Keller.
Close.
Don Kellers. Don Kellum. Don
Somehow
Kellor.
getting colder.
Fourth letters.
L.
Colder.
Kellerman.
No.
Don Kellerman.
You're thinking too much.
Next letter.
Y.
Don Kelly.
There you go.
See, that was easy.
That was easy.
Don Kelly manages the Pirates.
Don Kelly.
Played every position, including pitcher.
Well, when players say, I hated this guy until I got to the team and now I liked him, it leads you to believe they don't really know much about the other managers at all. They're probably not terribly concerned about the other manager. Unless it's a guy who's been around a long time. But if it's a new guy like Oli, I would bet that most of the players around the league don't know Oli at all. They know who he is, but probably don't really know him.
That's amazing that these guys are just like us and don't know any managers' names. Awesome. That's from the Salty Ball Dad from Caseyville. That makes us relatable.
No, I would say, okay, here's my athletic poll of major league players. Name the Pirates manager. And I think a huge majority of major leaguers would say no clue. Poor Don Kelly.
Yeah.
Was it Don or Dave?
Don.
Yeah.
Brad Thompson's going to be with us on the Stiefel dossier.
Ask him if he knows the Pirates
We'll see if he knows.
I bet he does.
Are we in Cardinal Corner, Tim?
We are in Cardinal Corner. I want to talk about Saturday.
Yeah, let's do
and
that.
Wilson Contreras at first base. Before we play the audio, I know the audio is so choice. What did you think of the play that got everything going at first base? Martin, I'll start with you.
I thought it was just a mistake by him, don't you think? Because I don't think you're trying to do it because he could get injured.
He could get hurt too.
And he's been injured a ton. Would you try and step in the line of a running player if you're why would you want to collide?
I have to say I share your opinion, but maybe we're in a minority.
And I think you're also just not real familiar with first base. He's a newer first baseman. For those who didn't see it, he Contreras at first steps back. Right, it causes a collision. Nobody gets injured, but it pissed off the Brewers. I honestly think Contreras, although a fiery, competitive guy, was surprised that it led to such an uproar.
What do you think, Doug?
I didn't see the play because I was so busy, Tim. I was pressed for time. But I wouldn't think that he would have done that on purpose. He might hurt himself.
Well, why would you want to?
You wouldn't
force a collision.
You wouldn't want to. I think he probably just not quite used to where to be all the time as a new first baseman and thought he was getting out of the way, instead got right in the way.
Papers, what do you think?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty innocent. I thought, just a mistake with a lack of awareness of exactly where you are in the field, new first baseman. I didn't think it was intentional by any means.
I just really think it was just. I mean, because Martin, exactly what you said. If he's like, okay, I'm going to send a message, that's not the way that you send the message. To put yourself at risk, especially for a guy, as you made reference to, is his health history. And one of the reasons he's at first base is to keep his bat in the lineup so he doesn't get hurt. I think it was innocent. So anyway, Jose Quintana, who he caught for in Chicago when they were at the Cubs, throws at him. Contreras accepts it, so much so that he runs back to get the ball and hands it to Quintana. Outstanding. Yeah. Then he comes up and hits a home run, and as he's rounding first base, turns and stares down the Brewers bench. And away we go. He was asked about it following the festivities on Saturday night. Here is what he had to say.
But you were kind of fired up after the home run. You kind of...
just because one of them players they like to talk from far away, but then when he got in my face, did he say so?
Base hit. Well, he said so at the end, and then we had the base hit.
So this is great because it'll be my fault. I looked so hard for the full entire quote because obviously he goes on to say some other choice words.
Mm-hmm. It's frustrating because it did sound like it was somebody's audio. They held their phone up to the TV. Not blaming you. I'm just saying.
I couldn't find the full. That I just played as much as I could find, and I really looked for it. So, yeah, not my favorite edit, Doug, but that is.
Well, you wanted to hear more.
He obviously went on to say some other things that I do not have the audio of. So,
but he was
texting and hate me.
Reese Hoskins was apparently the guy in the dugout who was doing the most barking at Contreras.
That's right. And here is what Reese Hoskins had to say about Contreras and their interaction.
Reese, could you kind of take us into the debate or discussion you were having with Contreras when he was in the field?
I was just talking about playing first base.
And that specific play?
Which play are you talking about?
The one where he was, him and Durbin ran into each other?
Yeah, that was part of it. But other than that, just playing first base.
Did you guys have any problem with that play? Or?
I think that was obvious.
What about the hit by pitch when they hit you? Did you feel like they were hitting you intentionally? No.
Were there any words or communication between the two of you after Contreras hit that homer in the ninth, top of the ninth?
No.
Do you know where he was looking? Was he looking at the dugout or their coach? Or
honestly, I had turned around. Okay. I didn't even see it.
It's a good old-fashioned division rivalry game, kind of, wasn't it?
Had that feeling for sure. Yeah, had that feeling.
Well, the reporter tried.
He did. I got to tell you though, Reese, RHYS, just let's be real. Just give an honest answer. You can't be banting the dugout, and then when they ask you about it, act like, what are you talking about? I didn't see anything you saw. Just say, I didn't appreciate it. I played first base my whole life. I was telling him that's not what we do. Or whatever you were saying. You don't have to give us full detail. But you act like the reporter just landed from Mars. Come on. Come on. That's right. At least Contreras, it puts it all out there, right? The guy sounded a little like JR, too, the reporter.
You think that was JR doing some stringing for Milwaukee?
He was stringing in Milwaukee.
Rough day to be a stringer.
He tried. He came up with about 10 questions he came up with, never really got what he was looking for.
Do reporters have to walk on eggshells talking to these jackasses? That's some Pele Blanco,
Yes,
Doug.
is the answer to that. Yes, yes, yes.
Give me a little Ditka. What do you care? We needed some...
None of your business.
None of your business. Why are you such a bad... That's the greatest payoff ever. I mean, I think that's where... It doesn't matter. Like last year, the city coach was sideways with a player, Bradley Carnell, and he just would not respond. And they benched the guy. He's not even at practice. And he's just giving 2-second answers. I said, will you at least agree that it's a rather interesting situation? He said, yeah, but I'm not that interested in it. I said, okay, at least that's an answer. But just keep it real.
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood? What do you care?
How hard is it, though? Reese Hoskins can just say, I didn't appreciate it. I thought he could have gotten out of the way, and I let him know. And then, obviously, things escalated from there, but I don't really want to get into it. But, yeah, I was kind of annoyed in that moment.
Yeah.
Whoosh. Done.
That would have put an end to it. Well, he also put an end to it by not responding at all.
I like the Contreras homer, too. But Caleb Durbin, that's the WashU kid that he backed into. And, again, I don't think you would want to get a collision on your own. And also, I don't think there's any malice from the Cardinals to Caleb Durbin. I don't think he's a targeted player.
Caleb Durbin's a baddie.
I don't think they're like, let's get that Durbin when we get a chance.
You can give your thoughts on the topic, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the show. Save that number, text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox anytime you would like. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat has 244 friends, and they're just talking it over, including the TMA remote lamp who says, is Schilt's seat still hot? Papers.
Can't rule it out.
See?
You know, it's win or bust right now for the
his team's only 3 games out.
Yeah, but the Giants are powering up with Devers. People are going to be looking to the Padres. What's your response? You know, they better get their cleats a-clicking.
It's not his fault that the Giants got
clicking.
Devers.
I think we cover a lot of this in all seriousness, just kind of the bad blood and the code, or the Skipper's with us tomorrow, LaRussa at 9 o'clock.
Nice.
It's a big White Sox-Cardinal showdown, Tim.
And this is the one you've been waiting for, Doug. Should have happened in 2005, Martin.
Yeah.
Cliff Polite. Should have happened. Didn't happen.
White Sox won it that year.
Yeah, they clipped the Astros or the Cardinals.
I do think Cards-Brewers are underrated, Robert. I don't think the Brewers care for the Cardinals much. Well, it just seems like organizationally there's a little Yeah, you guys are the ones who do it right down there. Okay, you guys are the ones who got no.
That's
Cardinals,
fans,
Like
yeah.
a holier than thou attitude.
Yeah,
They don't like the fact that the players come here not for the money, but for the fans.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Well, you'll have to wait until September, Charlie, because with the new schedule, the Cardinals won't see them again for 3 months. Bingo, Pele. These guys play baseball and being asked questions about that. Media isn't trying to get nuclear codes from them. Get over yourself! That's from Sharon and Clayton Starr, the Real Housewives of TMA.
I would like to see the White House reporters try to get nuclear codes from Donald Trump.
Just start asking them.
I think it's the defense secretary who sends those out.
Wilson messed up and got corrected. Brewers are right. Plunk him and move on. That's from the 314. So there's some support for. But again, the question is,
if he made a mistake,
was it malicious?
Yeah, you could say, "Hey, be careful out there. You're going to hurt somebody," as opposed to it being intended. I think that's the difference.
I share that. I did not see that. I mean, what's the point of risking your health? Brad Thompson will get his thought coming up at 9:30. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. This program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
In the market for a new car, AutoLoanPro.com, the website to check out. Really only one thing you need to know. When trying to finance a car, choose the Pro. Choose Auto Loan Pro. Doesn't matter your circumstance. Whatever your situation is, they're going to get you back on track, and they'll get you into a new vehicle with little to no money down. They'll work hard to get you the best rate possible, and Auto Loan Pro is able to do that by working with over 50 different lenders. They're not vendors, they're lenders. They work with them to get you the best rate no matter your situation. Little money down. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. AutoLoanPro.com. It's a great website. Swing by that site. You'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show, on there. Also, the free playbook. You can download that free playbook. It explains the credit industry. A lot of that sounds like gobbledygook. Cut through all of that. Understand it better. It's a free playbook for you. Learn how it works. In the future, get whatever car you want. In the meantime, get the car you need right now. AutoLoanPro.com. Little to no money down. 50 different lenders. It's the right place for your next car. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tonight, NBA Finals, Game 5 as the series is tied 2 apiece following a big Thunder win in Game 4. They head back to OKC, and you can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN this evening with a 7:30 p.m. tip-off. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Marquette Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour here on the morning after, which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are on 101 ESPN, and we are on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, I don't know if you see it, but James Carlton's standing next to you.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, James.
Well, Doug, if you didn't see it, it would be a problem. He's 2 feet away
that
from
day
you.
is coming when I could miss it.
Well, good morning.
James, what is the good word?
Whew, it was a tough scene this weekend for me, Doug.
Oh, Doug.
Oh, no.
I mean, you've been disappointed in me before. I'm sure you have.
Many
but
times.
Maybe not quite to this extent. So I think it was Joe Buck that had mentioned on this program at one point that he's called X amount of Super Bowls and Y amount of World Series, but he had never been more nervous than like at some local tournament at his local club where he was teeing off in front, of 150 of his friends and neighbors.
Joe came on the podcast,
That's what it was.
my podcast, and told a story of he made it to his club championship, one-on-one, 36 holes is the way those are usually settled, match play, and he was playing against one of his best friends, and by the end of it, a bunch of people had come out to watch, and I believe that's when he talked about the nerves. He also, Martin, lost, I believe, on either the 35th or 36th hole, and it was a couple weeks after this had taken place. And he said, this is so pathetic, but I'm still thinking about it and talking about it. And on the first night of it, my wife was supportive. At this point now, she's getting really irritated that I keep bringing it up. And that brings us to James Carlton's appearance today here on the morning after.
A broken man.
James and I got a chance to spend the weekend together, not in Cape Cod like Jackson will with Sweet Sweet Kai this weekend, but at a local muni. And James, his team made it to the shootout. And James approached me following the festivities and said, I'm so nervous I made it to the shootout. And I said, oh, but that means you won your flight. And I know that's going to be a nice amount of money in an envelope. So I'm happy for you.
Right.
But he qualified as a wild card because apparently our shootout is now like Major League Baseball's playoffs, and everybody gets to get in.
No.
And James said, you just rained on my parade. But you really were looking for counsel because it turns out you had some nerves.
Yeah, maybe a little nerves. So Doug, we did shoot the best score out of 50 teams on Saturday. Now, this is a net event.
60 teams.
Okay.
This is a net event. I'm a 22 handicap, so let's not get carried away here.
50 teams?
But
60
here we
teams,
are.
60 teams.
I don't know, 50, 100 people watching.
That's really impressive.
50, 100 people watching.
That's good.
I'm nervous as all get out.
But you were nervous before the people were even there.
I line up, and
First tee, hit it long and straight.
I hit it probably 20 feet.
Oh, no.
My kids can't look me in the eye, Doug. I mean, it's been some kind of weekend. So I put my partner behind a flower bed for his second shot.
Mm-hmm. That flower bed's in play for a lot of players.
He puts me behind a tree. And
Did you hit it left or right? I was down at the green.
Doesn't matter.
Doug, at that point, I had been enjoying some libations and was about to do so for about the next 10 hours.
Were people laughing at all if you hit when you hit?
Everybody's like, nobody will remember this. And then like 3 hours later, people are coming up to me and saying, hey, I'm so sorry for what you did. I mean, my God. Oh.
Hey, they recorded on the CCTV. They're playing it in the shop.
Oh, if somebody did record it, I'd like to see it for the record.
Yeah, you know what? There might be a video of it. And I never want to see that.
Do you think
God.
it was Tim's pregame speech that tanked you when he said, oh, God, that's just like baseball. Everybody gets in.
I was trying to channel my inner Tim, which would have just piped it down the middle, probably about 275, right over that bunker. Nope, not me. Not me. So anyway, that was my week. It was a great week, and Saturday turned out to be a good day.
It was glorious.
So got to enjoy that. Father's Day, I love the U.S. Open. There was a 5-way tie about, 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yes, indeed.
And I texted my friend in Kansas. I'm like, hey, if you can live bet, I think Spawn, that's who I'd go with right now. And, of course, he was in Missouri visiting his family for Father's Day.
So he couldn't live bet
it. I don't even know what those odds were. I think it was 3-1. At that point, you have 5 guys tied for first. But that was an incredible finish. How about Bobby McIntyre's reaction in the clubhouse?
He clapped and tipped his cap.
I mean, what else are you going to do? That was just an incredible way to end that tournament. I'm really happy for that guy.
But how about this tee shot that you
Jackson, can we have a little Frank Thomas analysis of James Carlton?
That's exactly right.
Off the heel or the toe, or you just almost
I think I just
swung and missed?
overswung and I topped it, Doug.
Oh, did you?
Mets have nothing to hold their heads down for, except they didn't play that well, and they gave away this World Series.
Yeah, so you have nothing to hang your head about except you duffed the shot and embarrassed your family. Other than that, you have nothing to feel bad about.
Every other shot type of format?
So the way that it works in the shootout, and I think this is the way that it works across the board at places all over the country, is the member hits first and then the guest hits second. So James is the member and he has the tee shot. And unfortunately, he put his playing partner behind a flower bed 20 feet off to the left.
Oh, so the next
hole
shot
is about a 500-yard hole. So
the next shot had to go right
there's some meat on the bone, Martin.
You really like to get off the tee there.
He had to go right through the flowers to hit the second shot?
No, they gave him a little relief.
Oh,
Iggy is in sympathy relief. God, Tom O'Toole wasn't there for the ruling. Iggy is in the YouTube chat, and he says, you should have called me, buddy. I can talk you through nerves. So.
That's right. So, Iggy, he does not get nervous over standing over a putt. We know that.
What'd your playing partner say to you after you hit this?
I don't think he spoke to me the rest of the day.
Oh, really?
It is funny, because the thing with those things, usually it's just people just drinking for 3 days, to be real blunt. But it's amazing to watch guys turn on each other so quickly during a shootout when one of the guys hits a bad shot. Yeah. The heads in the hands, the walking away, the not talking. At this point, usually, all due respect to the wild card, you've made a nice amount of money that, again, will be handed to you in an envelope, which is the best way to make the money. And unfortunately, in this case, James was a wild card, so you didn't necessarily get to experience the upside. You did get to experience the downside.
Yeah. So I had the most embarrassing moment of my life and had no money to show for it. So,
did you take it home with you? Did you complain about it to the wife and kids?
I'm still thinking about it.
When I bet initially your wife was sympathetic.
She's like, who cares?
Okay.
And I was trying to explain, and then she saw somebody come up to me and say, "Hey, I heard about the shot," and then she kind of got it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was this the Saturday night thing?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Yeah. I swear I saw you walk past when we were sitting there. And
was my dauber down?
No, I didn't think. I didn't even cross my mind. And it was like 2 hours earlier that I was sitting out in the fairway with you, and we were workshopping it. And I said, nobody gives a damn. It's just like, there isn't a soul who cares.
No, you're exactly
I can't believe that somebody actually came up to you and said something. Tell me about that guy. He was a little out of line, Doug. A little bit.
Anyway, I'm sure the listening audience is just fascinated with my big failures. Hey, we won't let you down in the insurance space.
Oh, there we go.
Okay?
Doug, look at that. That was the reader.
Doug's going to
get back to the tee shot.
You're going to get up and down.
You're used to handling disasters.
That's right. Yeah, I can handle other people's disasters. My own I struggle with. Mm-hmm. But outside of that, it was a glorious weekend. Glad to be able to share it with all of you guys and workshop this.
What'd you get on the hole?
Eight net 7.
Took an 8.
Net 7.
Did you at least make the putt to wrap it up?
No, actually, it was a good lag putt. It was a good lag putt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this therapeutic to talk about it, or is it?
He wanted to talk about it.
Yeah. I actually told Tim I think he should have a Sadie Hawkins, the Cardinals, the U.S. Open, the Stanley Cup Finals, or James Carlton's epic collapse on the tee shot.
And what did I say? I said, I respect the omerta. It will not be discussed under any circumstance. I said, unless you want to bring it up. And you said, I want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And this is like 20 minutes after it happened. I go, all right, then feel free. We'll talk about it.
Well, this show's kind of based on human failure. So
Amen.
I think the only way it could have been worse is if I absolutely missed it. Like I swung and missed.
Did anybody get video of this shot?
I think there's got to be video. I think my playing partner might have it. We'll text it into the text line. I forget what his moniker is.
Pele Blanco says that's worse than Pittle's 7-iron duff. When did you have a 7-iron duff?
Never.
No duff.
For Jackson, he says
the distance is the question.
When we were
right?
in Florida, somebody got a video of you shooting, and you duffed it. Remember that?
It was a hybrid.
Doug, that was a hybrid.
Okay.
Jackson's off mic right now.
Yes.
Grab your grease board, son.
James would have preferred to be in the first wave at Omaha Beach rather than hit that shootout shot. Doug, that's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Wow. I don't know about that to that extent, but wow, yeah, that was he knew I was nervous.
Boo-hoo, the crying golfer. That's from the 6-1 hate Martin. Anytime golf is discussed on this program,
that's what I needed.
That's his brand.
He is not happy.
That's what I needed.
James is the GOAT. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. How about that?
I love that guy.
Shrimply Pibbles?
He's a great guy.
Sends in pictures of his wife quite often.
His wife. But I met him, and he's a wonderful man.
Pele Blanco says, yeah, the hybrid. My apologies. There you go, Jackson. There's an apology.
Yeah, he missed that hybrid for sure.
Hey, Pele's still trying to shake off that phone call to the show. It happens.
Sharon, shut your ass up and get back to Zumba? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She's in
Is that still a thing? I don't hear about Zumba that much.
No, you don't. It's just a workout routine, isn't it?
So like hip-hop, maybe?
I'm not sure what it is.
Mark?
Zumba's still a thing. I think in certain pockets of our country, I bet it is.
Do you know what it is?
It's like a form of aerobics.
Jazzercise, but in the 20th century, 21st century. Looks like Jackson's about to he's going now. How about this?
Latin music. Thank you. Thank you. It's like charades over here.
I'm a James Carlton client. That Bob in his office is a handsome drink of water. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. Doug, why is it that all the clients now of us have attractive staff? I mean, we have Jake over at Design Air and now Bob over at Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency.
I'll pass it along to Bob. Thank you, Crestwood.
Dr. Biondo's office.
Yeah, that's right.
The rocket ships.
Well, that was a YOLA client.
Yes.
This is an actual paying client. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That is James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Boo-hoo, 618. We all hate our trailers over here. That's from the salty dad from Caseyville. And Doug, now there's some socioeconomic warfare going on over the 618's economic struggles.
Yeah, and you just hate to see it.
And the problem is nobody forgets anything on this show or the people who follow it. So when you're in here in November and somebody misses a big kick for Mizzou, yeah, way to go, Carlton. What about your shot? Remember the member? You're like, it'll come back up. It'll come back around.
James, I appreciate you sharing your story.
Sure, it's fascinating.
I said, hey, I'm not going to talk about it, but if you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it. So God bless. There he is, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. And for the record, Sharon says it's Peloton, Mom. Little early for box wine. Maybe seeing Ledoux Chapel has a meeting in the basement today might keep you from sending out moldy snack boards. No. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Gosh.
A
lot going on there.
God almighty. That's what goes on in the text inbox, James. There's warring Central Corridor wives. That's what we got.
I don't know if I have thick enough skin for the text inbox today. So
There's a lot of cyber bullies on there.
Very vulnerable. James Carlton, we'll take a break, come back. Brad Thompson's going to join us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloor.com with 3 St. Louis area locations in Creve Coeur, Darton Prairie, and St. Peter's. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for the last 31 years. You can go online right now at igotfloor.com and get 3 samples from Proximity Mills. Those samples are free. Go to igotfloor.com. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and that's why he's given them $7 a square yard for carpet installers, which is incredible compensation in this industry. If you're interested in joining Michael's flooring team, you can do so by going to igotfloored.com. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the interests of the buyers at heart. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Bengals are coming. Tra-la-la-la-la-la.
CMA 101 ESPN. Doug, this gets you fired up for a series on the south side of Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love a good flautist.
McKernan is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on this program. And right now it is our pleasure to be joined on the Callier and Thompson phone lines by Brad Thompson, who is out ball striking, which will really irritate the 6'1" hate. Brad, where are you ball striking today?
Oh, my gosh. Is the 6'1" hate still very active?
Oh, you know about the 6'1" hate? He was torturing you when you were on the fast lane?
Oh, gosh, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's an OG right there. The 6'1" hate is special.
Special. Such a nice euphemism. Is this the Chicago event today you boys are playing?
We're just, there's no event. There's a few of us. There's a group in front of us. I'm going to see if I can hit into John Jay and Descalso in a second.
Nice.
But I'm playing with Ricky Horton and a couple of friends, and we're at Harborside International in Chicago. Beautiful, beautiful track.
As former players, you just call any course and they say, sure, come on, you can play.
No, it's about having friends that do that. And that friend for me is Rick Horton.
Oh, he can do that.
He's got the connections.
And before that, it was Big Irish, whatever town they were in. Hey, Mike Shannon, we'll be over in 30 minutes. And they'd be like, sir, we don't have any. Did you hear me? Mike Shannon, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Get the course ready. Like, boom, done.
Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. I know I did hit a golf ball the other day. But what if I passed an interview to Rick Horton during a tee shot? Would that be okay?
Oh, I think that'll be wonderful. Absolutely.
Here comes Rick Horton.
Oh, my.
Well, joining us right now here on The Morning After is Rick Horton.
Play.
Yes.
Right now, if you don't mind. So now teeing up for the Thompson foursome is Brad Thompson. He hits the ball about 300 yards, folks, and he really does not hit the ball in the fairway ever.
Boy, the 300 yards, I was getting excited, and then...
Yeah. How are you guys doing?
It's great to hear from you, Rick. How are things up in Chicago?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it's nice to have an off day, honestly. You know, you need those every once in a while. Just kind of living the life here. It's still fun, still enjoy doing it, and hanging with Brad makes it more fun.
Who we got? We got Descalso and Jay in front of you. You and Brad. Who else is involved in this eightsome? It sounds like
couple guys in our foursome from the Cardinals fantasy camp, Mike and Steve Gonzalez, who are longtime friends, and they're better golfers too. So we're just kind of plodding along with them.
Yeah, riding the coattails. I like that.
Yeah, Brad's done. He's in the fairway, so here he is again.
Okay. We'll just go back and forth here for a while. This is nice. And then we'll talk
no big deal. Right down the middle, bombed it. It felt good.
He didn't say that, though, did he?
Oh, there's Jackson's sound effects.
Oh, now we got sound effects to add to it.
That's nice. Brad, do you carry a handicap index? Doug wants to know.
Oh, I do, and it is terrible. My handicap is a 19.
Wow.
Yeah,
that isn't the way it usually works with former professional athletes.
So here's what happens. I'll bomb a drive, and then I'll duff 3 wedges on the way in and 3 putts.
Nice, Doug.
Yeah.
We got to get him out.
Got the yips.
Maybe you need a lesson. Have you taken a lesson lately?
No, I've never taken a lesson ever. That's what Rick Horton always tells me to do, is take a lesson.
Yeah, that'd make a difference.
Oh, you're too good for it. Former big league.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I get it. Yeah.
No, it's just, you guys know how it is. They got a couple little kids at home. I don't get a chance to golf at home. Lessons would be like a home thing normally, and just never do it.
Yeah, okay. All right. Sounds like an excuse, but okay.
Yeah, Doug.
Look, I got it all figured out. I'm a former professional athlete. It'll all come together.
Yeah, thank you. There it is.
Tim, this will go over really well with the fans who are like, this team's 1-7 in their last 8.
We're talking about Thompson's struggles with his wedge.
I'm pretty sure Brad is no longer pitching for the squad. Brad, over the last week plus, it's strange. A week ago it was about the Dodgers series, how encouraging that was. Any common theme over the last 8 games?
I think one of the things and we've lost games in different ways, the club has. I think one of the things that pops up for this staff quite a bit right now is kind of the lack of swing and miss. And I think that we've talked about this in the past. I'm sure that we have. But that really stands out when the ball's in play. There's just so many variables, right? So the Cardinals really have a thin margin of error with the way that the ball is always in play for them. So I think that's kind of the one main thing that has happened. It's not like just runners with scoring position or not hitting home runs. I just feel like the ball is in play a lot, and it's tough to win like that in the big leagues right now.
Cardinals had some swing and miss against Trevor McGill there in the ninth inning. A disappointing finish to that game. He is a tough reliever. Was that the issue there because he's so good, or was it a bad approach by a couple hitters there at the end? What'd you make of that ninth inning?
I think that, again, ninth inning with a stuffed guy on the mound, like you're going to run into that. It looked bad at the end of it. He dropped that big breaking ball, and Mason Wynn, foot out, kind of flailed at it. But I think you're going to get that in the ninth inning sometimes, and that's why people pay big money for closers and have guys that have stuff like that. So I didn't see an approach issue necessarily in that ninth inning. I think it was just more so McGill had some good stuff and forwarded a Cardinal rally there in the ninth. Had a couple of games that felt winnable there.
Brad Thompson, our guest here, live from Harborside International in Chicago as he plods his way around the golf course. What did you think of what took place on Saturday with Contreras? What did you think of that play specifically, and then the ensuing festivities both during the game and post-game, Brad?
I loved everything about it. It is, for me, just liking a little back and forth and some chippiness. The play itself on the surface didn't look good, right? With what Contreras was just in the line. There's really no reason to be there. Now, I will say, I don't know if there is a backstory. There might be with that situation, so I can't say neither here nor there if there was something there. But the play on the surface didn't look good. But I love the back and forth. I thought the home plate umpire handled it well. I thought that Contreras handled it really well. I love the next day when he got booed big time in front of the stands. We need like a villain right now, and he has no problem playing that role. How did you guys feel about it?
I really thought it was accidental. And so the Brewers' reaction to it was a bit surprising to me. Martin and I were saying, why would he put himself at risk? It just didn't. It struck me as illogical. But as you said, maybe there's some history that we're not aware of. But God, of all people, Durbin, it just doesn't stand up to reason to me.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I do think that he's a gritty player. He's one of those guys that is going to he's grinding out, he's running hard. So it doesn't make sense, I guess, on the surface, but we don't know all the little stuff that happens, the nuances of the game. It's actually really fun getting to hear some of these backstories and wondering why things are happening, and then seeing them come to fruition. But I like it. I like it next time. And I know it's going to be a while until we play the Brewers again, but there's going to be some bad blood. There's going to be some guys that don't like each other. There's going to be the Rhys Hoskins and Contreras. I enjoy that, and I think that we need more rivalry stuff. Now, we don't have to full-on name call all the time, but every once in a while I think it's okay.
You getting ready to hit your second shot yet?
No, I hit it. I had 111 yards out. I'll be honest, I put you on speaker. Mm-hmm. I came up short, and here's where my game gets really bad. Okay. I am, let's call it 25 yards in the fairway. I'm short. And from here, I'm going to putt because I don't feel good at all about my chipping game. Is that frowned upon with you guys?
No, I respect the Texas wedge, and you're going to do whatever you're going to do to try to have this hole and have it be a carryover with Rick Horton and the Gonzalezes. And I think this is a shrewd move. You probably are getting a pop as well. So I really like this course management that Brad Thompson is executing here at Harborside International, Doug.
You don't know match play like Tim.
No, whenever you can putt, you putt.
All right, so I just putted, and it was firm. It was really firm. Thank goodness somebody didn't mark their ball.
So backstopping with Tony Finau.
Help on that one.
Nice, Doug. Backstopping.
All right, well, you still got a shot at your par.
I'm going to get the par. I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I think you should.
Things are
to the drive.
Things are trending. Hey, I don't know if you saw it. Martin brought it up. I didn't get a chance to see it. Al Raboski was pointed in his criticism following the game on the post game per Martin's mom. Those are our sources.
Well, no, I was a text from a friend.
Oh,
said,
I thought it was your mom.
No, that my mom said she was so mad she turned it off. And I was having multiple texts with people upset about that outcome in the ninth inning with the runners on and being stranded.
Got it.
And then actually, I'll say a friend of the show, Brad Straubinger, former producer at Midwest, said, "Wow, Al is really ticked right now. You should be watching." And I said, "I'm in a car going to the Indy race," and so I don't know if you heard it in your earpiece
that he was critical of the approach in the ninth.
About?
Critical of the approach in the ninth inning of the Cardinals' last three hitters who K'd.
No, I did not. I did not hear that, so it's going to be hard for me to comment on it. I think that anytime that you get done with a game like that, I think that you can always look at it and say, hey, should Vic have tried to lay down a bunt with one out, or could there have been some other things you could have done, and go back? I think that's how you learn. But there wasn't anything egregious to me that stood out.
I'm gonna try and get a little more context here. By that, Brad will be on the 19th hole by that time. But I will try and find a little further info. What do you think it is about the
I'm just glad to know it wasn't your mom that was totally calling you about it. She was upset too, but I appreciate that she wasn't going too crazy.
No, it was not. It was she was mad and turned the TV off after Brad had concluded his broadcast. But then apparently in the post game, Alice was worked up about it. I'm going to try and clarify that. What do you think it is about the Brewers, sort of historically here, that they just kind of piece together a pretty solid team? If you look at it on paper, it never wows you, but they just always tend to be a pesky bunch.
Well, especially when they lost Willie Adames. That was an enormous loss for them on the left side of the infield because Joey Ortiz is a pretty slight hitter. I just think that they've done a really good job over the years of drafting good pitching. They do a great job with their pitching labs. You look at their starting pitching over the last few years, regardless of the pieces who are in, and they've been really good. Like, this has been a group that they can pitch and they play good defense. When you pitch and play good defense, you got a really good chance. I think that has been one of the biggest differences with them. And then we all know they play in a division that isn't necessarily a juggernaut, while the Cubs are better this year for sure. So I think that has had something to do with it, too. They've just been consistent, whether it was under Counsell or Pat Murphy now.
Sounds like he's on the tee, Doug. That's my. He's like looking around, going, "How long are these guys going to go? Should I give it back to Rick Horton?" He's kind of in this debate mode.
We're driving around to 10 right now. We got all the time in the world.
Well, the players are making the turn. Brad Thompson posting a 44 on the front, and he is on pace to break 90 here as we head to number 10's tee box.
Guy grew up in Vegas. I would think he'd be living at the course as a kid.
That's what everybody thinks. Growing up in Vegas and then being a former athlete, that I would be really good at golf. But, boy, that has not been the case. I spent my entire baseball life praying to stay on the roster. I'd walk in the clubhouse every day and look for luggage and then know that I was screwed if there was a relaxing there. So, I didn't have time to go golf and take in 9 all the time.
So when Wainwright, Mulder, and Marquis were going out there and shooting 3 under par, you weren't necessarily joining them and relaxing?
No, I was in my room working on my mechanics in the mirror. just praying I'd find something that would give me consistency.
Was there ever luggage accidentally in front of your locker that you mistook for your being shipped out?
No, but I do remember distinctly once being in Atlanta, and I saw luggage there. There was a suitcase, and it was actually Chris Duncan at the time, and I was like, all right, well, the only guy that makes sense to be shipped out is me. And you're not going to dodge this, but in almost a game of jest, I just kept being in the hardest to find place for a really long time. I just kept bouncing around where nobody could find me. And it took Tony forever to send me down.
I figure if you just hide long, it's like a kid in trouble with their parents.
They'll think of somebody else.
A lot of time in the bathroom.
And then Tony accidentally shipped out Zipchinski because he said Thompson, and they didn't understand, and then they shipped out the wrong guy.
Could happen. Brad, for fans who've watched the Cardinals play and struggle here over the last 10 days or so, I'm sure a lot of them are saying, well, here we go. Here's the team we expected. Do you get that sense that they're coming back to where they should be, or no? Is there more of a positive vibe around the team?
Well, there's definitely more of a positive vibe around the team. They don't feel that way at all. But I think that when you're looking at it objectively, you should expect ups and downs with this club. One of the biggest reasons is something that we just talked about with the lack of swing and miss in their pitching staff as a whole. Like, when the ball's in play, things happen. Offensively, I still think that there's more there. I'm very happy that they were able to get Donovan back. That's a really big pickup for them, and not having to go on the IL. I hope that Jordan Walker is able to find his stride that he was starting to get before getting on the IL. So there are a lot of different things that you look at. But really, guys, I expect this throughout the season. I expect highs. I expect lows. And the truth with this team is probably right in between those two.
Yeah, it'd be great if they could just continue to contend at least into September. It's those years when you're kind of out of it early that the whole season kind of feels like a dud, doesn't it?
I totally agree. That sucks, right? So the goal is to battle it out. Hopefully you're still in it down the stretch, whether it's for the division or for a wild card. Because you're right, that does end up feeling like what do we play this whole season for? Cardinal fans and certainly Cardinal players aren't used to that. Like the last couple of years of no playoff appearances have stunk for everybody involved. So I hope that is the case. I believe it's going to be the case. I believe this team is going to be in it near the stretch. We all know the trade deadline is going to be an interesting one for this club. Do they buy? Do they sell? Do they do both? But I, like you, want, and I do expect this team to be competitive down the stretch.
A chance to get healthy here this week with 3 against the White Sox, who are putting together a heck of a season.
By a heck of a season, Doug, what do you mean?
Well, they're 22.5 out already and lost 5 in a row.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness, they're better than a year ago.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Yeah,
and probably better than the Rockies.
No, it's not much. Yeah, you know what? It's always, you look at the schedule and you say, hey, it's a good chance, and it absolutely is. To me, it just comes down to the Cardinals playing their game. Like, do they do all the little things right? Do they get a guy on? Do you hit a ground ball to the right side? Do you get him over? Do you get him in? Like, all those things, like, it matters to me more so what this team is doing, not who you're playing against.
Were you ever on a team like that at any level that just didn't have much of a chance? As soon as the season got started, you knew you were kind of out of it?
Yeah, the Royals in 2010.
Very quick answer.
At least our motto on the road was at least we only have to pitch 8.
Yeah, it helps. Silver lining there.
Pitch 8.
Yeah. Now, I will say they did a very good job of changing that culture, getting rid of bad pitchers like me who had a 6 ERA, and Dayton Moore, who was in charge at the time, did a fantastic job after that. But, yeah, that was the one where you show up to the ballpark and like, we're not going to win today. And that's a bad freaking feeling. That's a feeling that you never want to have.
Yeah, feeling that currently exists in Denver. What did you think of what took place last night with Devers, Giants, and the Red Sox?
I think it was inevitable. You want to talk about a mishandled deal, and we talked about this a couple of weeks ago with all of his blow up and his antics of not wanting to play the position, right? But it was inevitable. You were going to have to eat that. I don't think that this is a win-win for either side, right? I don't know if the Giants know exactly what they're getting. I don't know if the Red Sox know what they're getting. I don't know if I'm going to hit this tee shot down the middle. Like, I have no idea. But I think it's interesting.
Sounded good.
That sounds good. Found the face on that one, Doug.
But the real Brad hadn't hit it yet. You haven't hit your shot yet.
I'll be honest, that was smashed.
Oh, was it?
Why? Maybe we just need to stay on with you the whole time.
This has been good for me. It's a little, it's cathartic. I'm not thinking and just hitting. I feel like there's a real key to that.
Right. Okay, then. You don't want to overthink it on the golf course.
I'm going to talk to the Cardinals offense about that, too. Just don't think, just hit it, because it worked.
They can get on with us right before they're
I'd
coming
be careful.
Up to the
Edmonds tried to do a little coaching from the outside. Just be careful there. Tread lightly. We've got
guys, I'm not going to do that at all. I say that to you. I won't talk to them.
Yeah, we've got coaches for that, by the way.
Yeah, no, don't need that.
Brad Thompson with us out on the golf course with some of the Cardinals as they enjoy an off day for the first time in a while, taking on the Chicago White Sox on the south side here starting tomorrow night. Then back, Doug, to try to get things going. Then the Cubs a week from tonight, 4-game series. Hopefully there'll be some momentum and the ballpark will be buzzing. Brad, always appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your round and the off day.
All right, guys, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me and putting up with my terrible golf game. Thank you, guys.
We enjoyed it. That's Brad Thompson with here on TMA, Callier and Thompson phone lines.
It was pointed out on the text line, the Brewers really haven't done much, which is true, so I looked it up. Since making the NLCS, I think it was a Game 7 with the Dodgers in 2018. Since then, the Brewers postseason, and they typically get in, but their postseason is their record is 2-10. Their last 12 playoff games, 2-10.
They got polar beared.
Bounced rather quickly. These wild card series, these DS series, and of course the Cardinals have the 1-9 record in their last 10.
God, is that really what it is, man?
The Cards are 1-9.
So is that going back to Michael Wacha?
No, the 2019 NLCS where they were swept
1-9. I thought you were doing series because most people do series records.
I'm sorry.
No, they don't.
Sorry. No, I'm just the last 10 games they are 1-9. And then the Brewers are 2-10. It is sort of a Central Division tradition to get in and not really register much. Brett Straubinger texted and said, I knew I should have just recorded this thing, talking about Al Raboski. He said he was just not happy with the last at-bats, guys taking fastballs right down the middle and then swinging at the crap. His tone and the fact he was fairly critical on the Cardinal broadcast is what stood out.
God
so it
bless.
may have been more of an edgy commentary, but it is frustrating when you need a hit or a swing and they're taking it right down the middle.
And you were handed not only the Gorman, listen, that bunt was a great bunt, and I'm sure it was a total surprise to the Brewers, in addition to, I don't know if it was ruled a wild pitch or pass ball. I would assume it was a wild pitch based on what the pitch was. Now you got second and third, one out. Doug, just bad on the ball. Just bad on the ball.
I remember reading LaRussa's book, 3 Nights in August, where they said the thinking there was if you're up with a runner in scoring position and less than 2 outs, you're swinging at the first strike you see, to avoid the strikeout. And it's not a bad philosophy all the time to be ready for the first pitch, because every pitcher is taught the most important pitch is strike one.
I felt like Molina was a big first pitch swinging guy, and probably because he knows exactly what pitchers are thinking.
Yeah, they all think that.
It's a good call.
You got to be ready to go right away.
Well, Doug, unfortunately, they're not happy with us.
Well, they never are.
Hey, Doug, how do you think this Cardinal downturn is going to impact attendance, you homer? It's from Big Tuft. I don't know if you care to answer. If the Cardinals were the Brewers, they would be crushed by the fans and the media for their lack of playoff success. That's from the 618. Doug, they want the media in this town to hold.
Well, it's soft. What, are you supposed to go up to a guy right after he loses a playoff game and start yelling at him? How dare you?
This town's soft!
Dare you get in the postseason and then lose a game? It's not what I wanted.
I do think the Brewers, historically, if they fade in September or get bounced in October, nobody really cares because it's Packers season. And it just kind of happens and it moves on. And like, all right, who the Packers got this week?
The Brewers may not have done much in the playoffs, but the one thing I can say is that at least they make it to the playoffs on the regular. Not much that we can say about the Cardinals. That's from Continental Courtney.
Jeez.
On the regular. I like that. Yeah, they've been in 1, 2, 3, 4,
probably
7 of the last 8, maybe.
Brewers. Yeah,
6 of the last 7. 6 of the last 7. They've been in.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
It is awesome.
It's awesome.
and we have them. We don't have as many as we used to have, but we have them.
Looking forward to that Cubs series. That's when you make up some ground, Tim, right there, head to head.
Well, here's the deal with
kind of slipping away a little bit.
You either this time next Friday morning, Martin, we will have a much better idea of what the summer will look like for the Cardinals, because it's going to be really difficult to lose 3 or 4 and be sitting 10 games back and having a whole lot of optimism for the upcoming 3 months. That's the reality of it. And ideally, they do have a good week, and there's some momentum going into that series. But that's going to be a benchmark for the team, and in particular what they're going to do when July rolls around with the deadline. You're welcome to give your thoughts, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in to the program. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. You can also call in. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of our phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then you can email in, because coming up in an hour, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We are past the midpoint of the month of June, and not one person has multiple wins.
I apologize. Buck Swope won on Friday, so that's 2 for Buck.
Okay.
My bad.
Buck Swope would probably hold you accountable if you didn't update those standings.
Well, it's a darn good thing I did then, eh?
I feel like I'm in the Blues room. Buck Swope, Doug, has the lead, but only with 2 wins, so it's still wide open here in the month of June. Trade Win, Donovan, Halsey, and Gray. It's from Eric in the Central West End. He wants them all gone.
Donovan,
Halsey, and Gray.
Halsey and Gray. Boy, that would not help your chances to stay above water.
No, it would not.
We'll come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN.
Special thank you from our friends at Schnucks to all of you who took part last week in the food drive to benefit Operation Food Search. And I think the idea was if you were shopping and you could grab a few items and put it into the bin, many of you did exactly that. And we want to just thank you for doing that. Operation Food Search collecting last week. Schnucks playing a role in that and all of you on top of it. And now when you're going into the store, make sure you've got the app. Make sure you've downloaded the program, the rewards program that pays you back every time you buy groceries. In addition to that, when you're on that app, it'll remind you items you buy all the time, whether they're on special. And on top of that, there's not even a special. It's just reduced pricing. It started with 2,300 items. They just kept going from there. Management team at Schnucks said, what can we do to help folks with the price of groceries, lower as many items as we can? So it's gone beyond the original list of 2,300 now. Kraft Singles, Breyer's Ice Cream, Pop-Tarts, Pepperidge Farm Buns, all these different items that are food, and in addition to household supplies, Clorox wipes. They're just dropping prices as much as they can. And remember, it's not a sale item. They are dependable, everyday prices. So to save money, just stop by when you're grocery shopping at your neighborhood Schnucks. Everyday savings that you can count on at your local Schnucks.
Well, Doug, Tupac would have been 54 today.
Okay.
Although Martin and I believe he is 54 today.
Why would he fake his death?
Didn't want to have to deal with Twitter.
Is that what it was?
That's why? I never thought of that.
Yep.
Or the text inbox.
Or the
just
text
checked
inbox.
out early. This is back to Jackson's theme today, which is stuff.
Yeah, it's Pac's birthday.
Pac's birthday.
Yeah.
Possible
Legend.
surprise guest.
That'd be great.
Possible surprise guest.
Might be in Door County with Kevin Arlen.
You are welcome to get involved on the program. Martin, I wanted to do this segment before you have to tend to onboarding. Because I'm curious of the dais here, who heard these comments? I know that Jackson did, because I texted him at like 5 in the morning to say, hey, make sure you put the Rory interaction in the dossier or in the audio. Did you guys see/hear Rory McIlroy following his round on Saturday at the U.S. Open?
I did not.
I'm familiar with the content.
Okay.
I didn't hear the audio, but I read about it.
Okay. So since winning the Masters, he has struggled both on the course and he's been avoiding the media, but he's also in his limited interactions been a little, I don't know what the right word would be. I guess banty, Doug, would be the word.
Feisty?
Yeah, that's perfect. And since he did address the media following his round on Saturday, he was asked about it. Here's what he had to say.
Rounds kind of stepped away. Has that been part and parcel to the frustration on the golf course? What do you attribute?
No, not really. It's more a frustration with you guys. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been totally available for the last few years, and I'm not saying maybe not you guys, but maybe more just the whole thing. The whole
driver thing.
Yeah, part of I mean, that was a part of it. Yeah, that was a part of it. But it's not as if like at Augusta I skipped you guys on Thursday. So yeah, it's not as if it's not out of the ordinary. I've done it before. I'm just doing it a little more often.
Is it part of the, you kind of carried the tour with your words for like 3 or 4 years now. You feel like you've earned a break?
I feel like I've earned the right to do whatever I want to do, yeah.
Ooh. Gosh.
Not real likable in that clip. I love Rory, but I understand people that don't like him think he's a little whiny-ish. And I don't know. I mean, it's all true what he's saying. It just doesn't sound great. That he has earned the right to do whatever. But it's all because of his driver, and he thought he got singled out and Scheffler didn't.
He was asked about that part. I think if I were to theorize what's going on here, because this really hasn't been who this guy has been, I think that it goes back to he was kind of propped up as the face of Jay Monahan, the commissioner, who, by the way, just within the last half hour, it is now reported that he is going to be stepping down as commissioner over the next few months of the PGA Tour. But that he was kind of propped up as the face of the players for the Live Golf back and forth a few years ago. And then when Monahan, nearly 2 years to the day, sits down and does the deal that never has turned into a deal with Live Golf, I think McIlroy felt like he was done wrong. And then he wins the Masters, gets the career Grand Slam, and then I think he felt like many in the media were trying to take away from it by implying that the driver he used to win the Masters was illegal, and he's just like, okay, screw it. I can't win. I've climbed Mount Everest, and it doesn't matter what I do, so why would I even waste my time with this? Because no matter what I say or do, I'm going to get banged. That's what I think. If I were to try to analyze where he's coming from, because I agree he doesn't sound good, that's what I think's going on. And I'm not really pro or anti-Rory. I'm just telling you what I think is going on.
And he's kind of lost patience to keep explaining it.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I think's going on, Mark.
Overall media coverage, even to you guys, and he's sorry, well, not you right there and you right there, but just in general. I think he meant like the whole industry, just kind of tired of being a piñata on topics.
Because he finally gets the thing that he's heard about that he can't do done, which is winning not only the Masters, but the career Grand Slam, wins a major for the first time in so long, and then he's enjoying it. He's on this high. He becomes one of 6 people to ever do it. And then what happens when he shows up at the next major? It's leaked that his driver was tested and then implied that he won the Masters with a tainted club, even though he knew that Scotty Scheffler and other guys had their drivers polled as well, and that the public doesn't know how often it happens. And he's just like, that's enough. That's what I think. And then that's also the underlying thing, I think, with the Live Golf. And then getting what I think he feels like betrayed by Jay Monahan in the PGA Tour. That's what I think. I could be completely off the mark.
No, that's probably it.
Felt like he got burned a little bit.
Yeah.
Just screw it. I appreciate him saying, "Oh, I've skipped out on you guys a bunch in the past." Like it's not abnormal for me to blow you guys off.
He's reached the point where he doesn't need anything or anybody, so screw it all.
Jackson, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of using his name for clout. And I think he's getting a little sick of it, like, oh, well, is there an angle where we can pit people against or for Rory? And he's like, I'm kind of done being the sun that the golf media orbits around. And I don't blame him for acting that way. I think there's probably ways he can go about it better. But ultimately, he's the man in the arena, and I think he's right where he can say, yeah, I've done this for a long time. I've been gracious, and I can kind of do what I want now. And, if he's painted as a villain, it's like, so be it.
Sounds like Rory climbed Everest, and all the media can do is ask why he hasn't gotten to space yet. That's from Dougie V's BBL.
I think it's a good text.
Huh. Climbed Everest. Why can't you get into space?
You like that?
Okay, so he's won the big tournament. How come he's not even better?
Whoa, that wasn't Rory? I thought for sure that was Jackson. Sounds exactly the same, and the arrogance of the two. That's from the 314.
Gosh. Sorry you had to hear that, buddy.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
No, you're not going to speak to the media.
Hello. Jackson, please clip off Tim saying, no matter what I say or do, I'm getting banged from about 90 seconds ago. Thank you and God bless. That's from Man Bay 2004.
All right.
That's a Bay of Men.
Okay.
Bay of Men. Large collections of men.
And I guess the PGA...
Well, I'm trying to think what would be the largest collection of men at one time.
Clip that off.
Some military operation, probably.
Yeah, you're probably right.
What were you saying, Martin, before Jackson started wondering?
Lost my train of thought. Do you think the media treats Scheffler differently than Rory? Do you think that he is less controversial, but and do you think Rory's kind of looking at it like, hey, he's a huge name.
Yes.
Why isn't he getting poked?
But I think Rory felt like he was doing the right thing on behalf of the tour when the Live Golf thing came up, and then felt betrayed. And by the way, I don't blame him. I didn't have the same mindset on Live that he did, but I think he was encouraged by guys who were no longer the faces of the game, and Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus and Jay Monahan, more because of his job stability. And then he felt like he was betrayed when all of a sudden Monahan pops up with Yasser Al-Rumayyan on CNBC on a June morning.
And that was to settle the whole deal. Everything's good now.
Except nothing has changed. And players such as John Rahm have moved over to Live since then. So I think he felt betrayed then. Then, to his credit, after missing short putts a year ago on U.S. Open Sunday and losing to a Live player and Bryson DeChambeau, he responds and wins the Masters after winning the Players and winning at Pebble this year. And then what happens? Not a celebration, but Sirius XM reporters leak that his driver tested and was flawed and was pulled, even though they also knew that Scotty Scheffler's was tested and pulled. And he's just like, that's enough. I can't win, and I'm not really enjoying this anymore. So that's what I think happened.
And the media always likes to interview people who are outspoken, and he is, and they hang on everything Phil Mickelson says as well. But Scheffler doesn't say a whole lot, so they kind of leave him alone.
Right, and I think Rory became polarizing during the Live PGA schism because of...
Don't say schism.
I liked it a lot.
SCHISM.
Yeah. That's right.
Because of his outspoken nature about the tour. And so once you become a polarizing figure, the media is going to, any story, positive or negative, has the opportunity for people to, say why they dislike Rory, why they like Rory, and it creates engagement, this, that, and the other. And that's why I think using his name for clout. It's like anything they can do. That's probably when they got the list of whose drivers got pulled, they were like, oh my God, it's Rory. This will do numbers.
Also an international brand, right?
That too.
kind of lost me when you said schism. That's different than from a chasm?
It is different from a chasm.
Yeah. Now, how would we spell chasm?
C-H-A-S-M?
Nice, Martin.
A-S-M.
Yeah, with a big spelling 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it is.
I'm one of the first generations that grew up with spell check. You know, I think that really negatively affected my ability to spell.
Right click and you've spelled
Just
check.
get close enough and you'll get it right.
Doug, a chasm is a profound difference between people, viewpoints, feelings, etc.
Okay.
Or it could be a deep fissure in the earth.
And how about a schism?
Did you say schism? Doug, did you say schism?
Isn't that what Jackson said?
A split or division between strongly opposed sections or parties.
So it's
caused
similar.
by difference. Very similar, I think.
Okay.
Okay, let me say schism.
What the hell's going on?
This is clearing the deck. Let's see. Doug, a schism is a division or split, often within an organization. All right? So let's say in the Cardinal front office, they had a schism, right? A chasm is a deep crack or gap, often figurative, representing a vast difference or separation between. I wonder if the chasm is the topic and the schism is the vibe?
Am I at the lunch table at Delmar Gardens here? What's going on?
Oh, not like MIT, jackass.
Feels like we're all about to have some pudding.
Clip that off also. You got a lot of drops to work with.
I like pudding.
It was
pudding.
while this was going on in the schism chasm thing, Jay Delsing sent me a long text, and I was reading that, so I guess I got to take some semblance of responsibility
For allowing this to happen on this side of the dais.
I was very interested what he was talking about, and he said he's talking about how Burns should be more upset about a missed shot that he had on 11, and he said that's just nerves, and that's what happens in this game, man. Said Scott blades a wedge and makes an all-world bogey, but Burns had his undoing begin on 11 well before that ruling that we were talking about where he should have gotten relief from the standing water. Martin, you've got onboarding.
Yep, and just some water relief.
And some water relief is today's class in the onboarding. 10 o'clock hour is here. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. With Florida leading the series 3-2, they will play Game 6 tomorrow evening. And you can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN between the Oilers and Panthers. That's going to be a 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. SamuelLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
There's firecrackers shooting in the sky. A bottle rockets on the 4th of July.
This is Tupac.
In my backyard. Run for me and you won't get too far.
CMA 101 ESPN. Doug, Oli Marmol, we played a clip of his response to the player poll earlier in the program. For those of you just joining us, Jackson, you mind re-hitting it? This is the athletic player poll with he being voted as the manager the players would least want to play for.
Here's an example of a player that said, "Oh, I don't want to play for Oli." Quote, "I don't really know many managers. I'm trying to think of someone in our division just so I can say someone. Who's the Cardinals guy? Yeah, just put him down." So...
No, I love articles like that. They're my favorite. I mean, to simplify, AJ, what did the opposing players think of you when you were a player, bud?
Oh, we talked about that. Trust me. We talked about that yesterday because we had the writer on it, and I said, well, you know, I won most hated all the time. I'm like, so can we get that one back? So like, yeah, that's fine.
But here's the thing. And then when you come over, the guys that you actually played with, once you got traded and came over, what did they think of you?
I mean, I think they like me. Most of them did. I don't think Wainwright likes me because now we have to work together. So I think Wainwright's probably the one that was
like, even in talking to Scouts and Jay, like they've mentioned it, like, man, like you see him across the way and you just like, you hate him, like his act, all of it. And then you get him in the clubhouse, you're like, he's my favorite dude. Like, I want him here for as long as he wants to be here. So I take it as like, I don't care like if the opposing team doesn't like me, I'm okay with that. If it's my own guys, that's something different, right? But yeah, pull my own guys, and then we'll go from there.
There's a base knock right there. Yeah. So that's Oli Marmol responding to the player poll courtesy of Foul Territory. He also talked about the general manager transition that is going on here in St. Louis with the Cardinals and how that can impact things for the Cardinals, and how does it impact him?
Whatever happens with Chaim Bloom when he comes in and Mozeliak leaves, how do you make that transition? Because you have to like address the elephant in the room that, you know what, we don't know what tomorrow holds, but I'm going to be here for you guys today.
Dude, I'm going to be as honest as I can be. I don't worry about it at all. Not even a little bit. I'm here for the players. Like you said, man, I show up every day and I want to make sure that a couple things happen, that my staff knows I have their back, and that I'll do whatever they need in order for them to do their jobs well, and that the players know that I have their back. And whether they're in a good run or a bad run, man, that we're there to come alongside of them and do this together. So I don't spend a whole lot of time on worrying about next year or what's going to happen. The transition has actually been really good. The collaboration between them two, of Mo really focusing on the big league club and Chaim focusing on setting up and just putting certain systems in place for our minor league to continue to move in the right direction has been really good. So I've been able to meet with both of them. And to your point, man, it's so much easier to do life when you can just be yourself, and that's what I'll continue to do. I woke up for the last 19 years trying to make this org better, and I'll continue to do that. So I'll keep focusing on the staff and the players and let that play out however it does, man.
Another base
hit, yeah. Brought the big bats today. Did he say org?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You think he has more time?
That was something we heard a lot when we were down in Jupiter, Doug. Org.
Org. I don't really like
that. That is certainly baseball speak in 2025, and you do not care for it.
And not that much. You got time to say organization.
Costs you a few more syllables, though.
Well, organization if you're hockey. Players seem to like him, though. That's a big thing for a club to have a manager that the players like. I think the Cardinal players like him.
I agree with you. I think the fan base is not in that category, but I do think the players like him.
The fan base is probably not going to like any manager on a team that's struggling.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, like, before he reached legend status, I'm talking about Yadier Molina, in, like, the late aughts, MLB players would have voted him up there with one of the most hated players in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's like definitionally guy you love.
I'm not sure that's a word.
Why would you say definitional? What the hell did you say?
See, it's such a tongue twister. By definition, I should have said.
Okay.
Yadier Molina is like a guy you love to have on your team and hate to play against. And that's not necessarily a shot at Yadi. I think it's actually kind of his game. And obviously a manager can't impact a game like a catcher can. But, just being hated by other people doesn't necessarily mean that you're hated in your organization or bad,
It may be a little sleazy just to have a poll, who's the worst or who's the most hated of this and that. You're just trying to drum up negativity somewhere, aren't you? Because somebody's
Why do you hate the business model of media in 2025?
Somebody's going to be the guy here. Somebody's going to have to deal with, somebody ran a poll and I didn't do well in it.
Yeah, it's
and now
narrative
I got to
season.
answer those questions.
Tyrese Halliburton was ranked the most overrated player in the NBA by an anonymous player poll. And now it's a topic.
Yeah, it's just kind of unfair.
Rinse and repeat, baby. Rinse and repeat.
Doug, do you have a problem with somebody telling you to rinse and repeat, baby?
And he said it twice, too.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of the irony of the rinse and repeat, baby. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming your way at 10:45 here on TMA, a program that is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen and also loyal sponsor 100 West Dental. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. And 100 West Dental has a deal going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. So if you've been thinking about Invisalign, why not try 100westdental.com at 100westdental.com and give them my name and get $1,000 off. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. No dental insurance? That's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And no phone call is needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and you book right then and there. 100 West Dental is located on Manchester in Baldwin. It's 100westdental.com. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, and it airs on the TMA STL YouTube channel and on 101 ESPN. Boy, I'm going to say 93 to get me 92 and 94. I feel really good about it, though. I don't think I need 94. How do you feel about that?
Just I get around.
Yeah.
93.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when you actually know the year, it's like, I'll take 94. But I mean,
for this song, you remember the year. This song was so powerful, you remember the year.
I think it was the summer of 1993, and I was bussing Chables at Pietro's.
Oh, that's right. And showing yourself off to the other wait staff?
Well, I'd be asked to by one particular member of the wait staff who was maybe 50 years my senior. And it was a delightful time. And I believe I drove, I hope this doesn't come off as a humble brag, my 1985 Oldsmobile with white walls.
Those white walls are sharp. That meant that you meant business.
When I would,
you weren't just fooling around.
When I would drive to my bus boy job. Tyler. What is it? What drop is that?
Just Mad Dog saying Tyler.
No.
Just like a guy might have told you, Tyler.
I was bussing tables, and I would drive away playing Tupac's I Get Around, because obviously when you're the bus boy at Pietro's, maybe or maybe not being harassed by an older gentleman on the wait staff, and you're making that kind of money and you have white walls, you also get around.
Right.
Man, when was the last time you saw a car with white walls? I mean, it's been a while.
God, I guess if you're going up and down Warson Road.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Warson Road, Litzinger, right at that intersection there, you'll see a lot of white wall. I mean, true, I don't know if I've ever seen one in the last decade, white walls and tires.
It's a tip-off to the IRS that you're making too much money. And I hope you were able to claim all that money you made there. If not, and a lot of people don't claim it, and then they run into trouble, you can call Mark Milton. He'll take care of you and any kind of white wall issue you might have. If you're sideways with the IRS, maybe unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments can keep you up at night, any kind of IRS criminal investigation, you've got some serious problems. But Mark Milton can help you out against the godforsaken tax man. He is the IRS penalty killer. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he received the IRS represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. That means he's one of the best in the country at what he does, and he now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. If you got any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Doug, you always say ours is the type of, I can't remember,
show where friends feel they can drop in at any time.
And just like if you were at somebody's home and you're just sitting there having an afternoon tea or maybe a late night scotch, you would have this conversation. Hey, Tim, question for you. You went to St. Gabriel's. You worked at Pietro's. Would you know the Parker family from South City who lived on Murdoch?
The Parker family. Delightful group. They lived right there on Murdoch, didn't they? Dave Parker?
The Cobra.
Cobra lived in South City?
And he was the Cardinal hitting coach in 98. Am I right on that?
Yeah, one of those years. Just briefly.
I think that might be one of my favorite texts ever.
It's like Craigslist misconnection.
So did you know the
I don't believe so, but the street I grew up on, Vienna, and I believe they're changing it to McKernan Way sometime.
No, brother.
It's kind of like the Yogi Berra, Garagiola, Jack Buck thing. Very small street right off of Nottingham that we were right there. Murdoch was just to the north. Nottingham to the south. I mean, everybody knows that was it. Do you pronounce it Prague or Prague? Because that was a controversial thing in the 63109.
I think it's Prague.
Well, if you're in Vienna, it is. But if you're in South St. Louis, I think it might be Prague.
Prague, probably.
That was to the west. And then was it Clifton to the east? Is that right, Jackson?
Down there.
Clifton to the, that sounds right.
Yep, see?
And
how would you know? You didn't live down there either.
Prague Road. My first 2 years were spent in South City. People don't often like to talk about it, but it's true.
Yeah, why don't people talk about that?
Trying to forget those years?
Michigan and Shenandoah, baby.
That's legit.
Yeah, that's right. First 2 years, my mom's house.
Dave Parker, the Cobra, went to Melville. That's from The Big Show. Is that right? He's a Panther?
I don't think so. Could have missed it.
Tim, the Parkers went to St. Gabriel's and worked at Pietro's.
Well, I don't even know. I don't follow anything like that, so that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. Well, you should get to know the Parkers. You seem like you have a lot in common with them.
We do have the alma mater of St. Gabriel's in the resume of Pietro's.
So why would you turn your back on this fine family?
My tattoo says you can't love someone else until you truly love yourself.
Oh, gosh. We're taking advice from our own tattoos.
Imagining Tim cruising down Hampton in the Oldsmobile wearing ball hugger shorts, showing off his Sazitza to the entourage of females following him everywhere. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
I would hope that Thriller jacket would be in the back seat.
Can you imagine that right after when I would wrap up my busboy shift at 11 o'clock on a Friday night?
You just drove up and down Hampton then?
I'd have a Thriller jacket on.
Oh, that red one, yeah.
You put on one white glove and start driving.
I would.
Roll down the window, just hang your elbow out.
I already know. I mean, if the white walls don't tell you I got money, the diamond-studded glove certainly would.
My Thriller jacket.
What kind of music apparatus was in that thing?
I had to have a nice subwoofer to let people know I have money.
Takes up 90% of the trunk.
Oh, that's cassette, Chairman. That's cassette all day. Yeah, that's cassette. Playing Tupac. I Get Around. Jackson's music theme today. You can email in on Tupac and the Parkers the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. If you're a homeowner, you know how it goes. You work hard for your home. You take pride in it, but there's always something, right? There's always a project that needs attention, and sometimes the big ones, like replacing old windows, get pushed to the bottom of the list. But I'm telling you, this is the time to finally check that box with Universal Windows Direct. It's one of the easiest decisions you can make because right now they're running their home improvement season sale, and the offer is just too good to pass up. You can get payments as low as $99 a month or no payments and no interest for an entire year. That gives you a full year to enjoy the comfort, savings, and curb appeal before you ever make a payment. Listen, Universal Windows Direct will also come out and do a free in-home window and energy assessment so you can see exactly where your home's losing energy and how much you could be saving. It's pressure-free, super helpful, and it can be really eye-opening. So if you're feeling those summer cooling costs creeping up or you're just ready to give your home a fresh look, don't wait. Give Universal Windows Direct a call, schedule your free assessment, and take the first step toward a more comfortable, energy-efficient home by calling 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. Trust me, you'll be so glad you did. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. TMA 101 ESPN and on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in about 10 minutes. You know anything about Seth Goldcamp? You know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
I've had Seth to my house. Does a wonderful guy, and his crew does a fantastic job. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us, probably longer than anyone who's alive today. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. That's more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA. That loyalty says a lot to us. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and now the home with a handsome repairman.
That's exactly right. Send yours in. Compete. Buck Swope only has 2 wins this month. He's the leader, which shows we have a diversified panel of winners in the month of June. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. All right, well, I'll have that coming up here in a matter of moments. This is TMA, presented by Brian Krupp on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose yesterday at the hands of the Milwaukee Brewers. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they head to the south side of Chicago to take on the White Sox. That's going to be a 6:40 first pitch tomorrow. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. There's another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, Doug, we got breaking news here on 101 ESPN, and that is that there is nothing that is in the filtered file. So if you can send an email in, get it into the filtered file, you could be one email win back of Buck Swope for the month of June. Well, I'm letting people know that, because if you email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, the next thing you know, you could find yourself one game back of a legend like Buck Swope with only, 9 shows? Is that right? 9 shows left in the month, probably more, 9 shows left in the month of June. Well, either way, half the month. Hell, I don't know. So email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way. And then at 11 o'clock, BK and Ferrario take over here on the program. Tony La Russa is going to be with us coming up tomorrow at 9. Is that correct, Jackson?
Yeah.
The skipper will be joining us here on the program on the Stiefel dossier. Is he joining us for clearing the deck? Is that what he's...
Yeah, I assume he's going to clear the deck with us. I can ask him some of my questions, see if he has any takes.
Doug, here's clearing the deck for today before we go to the designer. On the heels of Stephen A. Smith playing solitaire at the NBA Finals, what is your tolerance for multitasking? What's the most you can do while still paying attention to a game? Do you think as a culture we should refocus on single concentrated activities? That's clearing the day.
Single concentrated activities.
So feel free to unpack.
Well, it's going to be next to impossible because we're in the phone culture right now.
Right.
And nobody can set their phone down. So no matter what's going on, most people, keeping an eye on their phone.
I got to be honest with you. When I use the little wizard's room, I'm scrolling TikTok while I'm handling my friends.
Yeah, I know. I've tried setting time limits on apps, but I mean, you just hit keep scrolling, and it's like really nothing.
I know.
So
I had a report just today about the level of depression is just skyrocketing for young adults who've had a phone in their hand now from the time they're 8 or 9, 10 years old.
Right. Yeah. No, I think they
can't get away from it and don't have the social interactions that they should have.
Do you think that's a real thing, Jackson, or do you think that's people casting aspersions on social media?
I think it's more so, to me at least, this is my interpretation of it, is with the cell phone, especially nowadays, you're always available, quote unquote. You're at any moment you could be reached out to for a conversation, whether it be text or phone or something on social media or something. And we're not as humans built to always be available to people. There has to be time in your day where an hour or two where you're not talking to anybody or you're just with the people you're with in your home or your family and not available for a conversation 24/7. With this, you're connected to everybody all the time. And I don't think, sometimes that's great. Other times it's I need space.
I really like that theory.
Yeah, I think we're not meant to always be available, And if you text somebody and you're like, hey, can we have a conversation? And they don't respond for an hour and a half or 2 hours. And you're like, oh, man, they're dissing me. It's maybe not. I'm just not ready,
I think it's the social media that's doing the harm. It's not just being available, because that's a great benefit to have, that you're available to your family.
I think it has positives and negatives.
It's a double-edged sword.
But it's the social media, the negativity that comes with it.
Yeah, the comparison.
The bullying that goes on there.
Yeah,
that's what's
constantly
damaging.
Comparing your life to what other people are doing on social media when they might not be totally truthful about what's going on in their life on social media. Now you're comparing yourself to some false idea of other people's lives.
It's the thief of joy.
Yeah, comparison is. That's for darn tootin'.
That's for darn tootin'. Doug, you like that?
What's in your algorithm lately on TikTok, Tim?
Let's just open it up right now and see what's doing. A lot of JJ Spawn here over the last, Sam Burns. That kind of gives you an idea of Bobby McIntyre cheering. I'm trying to get something that's other. Some attractive lass saying, "Do you want to go to the beach and not drink?"
I'm down.
Yeah.
That's right up your alley.
That guy used to be a Marlins executive who likes to get on shows Yeah, I've kind of got a
Samson
between him and Jeff
exactly
Pearlman.
right.
A lot of yapping.
What is going on? I've gotten to a point now that when I see the Perlman stuff in my TikTok algorithm, I hit it as quickly as I can to get. But I guess he actually has a show.
Oh, really?
I mean, it should be called the Omerta Violation Program.
Yeah, seriously, it's talking out of school with Jeff Pearlman.
Yeah, but I didn't realize because I hit the scroll past so quickly, so it doesn't pop up again, that it's built a following. It's like he's going burgering, Doug, to call back a Jerry Berg. It's like a little gossip column, except for like him wanting to air grievances from 20 years ago.
Right, exactly. It's like someone from 30 years ago who doesn't remember like a locker room exchange is going to get hit out of nowhere.
So Jeff Pearlman, was he the one for Winning Time?
Yeah, he wrote
Winning
the
Time.
Winning
So
Time book.
that didn't get renewed on HBO, and now he's just like talking dirt on people he covered 20 and 30 years ago.
But that's kind of where we are. It gets back to the social media. The people that have the platform and get listened to are the people that want to trash other people.
I mean, I don't want to say I understand it. Well, I guess I do want to say I understand. So much as, okay, yeah, he's in his mid-50s. Like when it's somebody and they're trying to gain a following because that's how the social status is when you're in your teens or 20s or even in our stupid-ass industry. I understand it. But once you get to your 40s and 50s and you're doing that crap, it's kind of like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he had something going, and that's just not the. You just can't understand. You don't do that.
I always feel dirty listening to like something he's like saying. Like, I don't think this is meant for public consumption, and there's no statute of limitations on stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's just like you're like.
And then what do? Do you engage it and then give his thing more attention? Right. I'm sure that's what some people are deciding. Right. That's something else. All right. Anyway, time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email a day. Hey guys, I'm just trying to get a win. That's from Hey Man, He-Man, Doug.
That's not bad. Hey Man, He-Man, appreciate the brevity.
Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, world, you've got to know. I'm cutting loose and letting go. Who needs the worry and the strife? Life can be a ball now, just following my life. Mama's little baby loves clam bake. Mama's little baby loves clam bake too. I guess what I'm saying is, I want to take my tongue and teach Doug Vaughn a lesson he will not forget.
Watch it. I'll put you on notice.
Timothy Treadwell's ill-advised camping trip.
Timothy Treadwell's ill-advised camping trip.
Boys, I have great affection for you, Tim. Love TMA Walrus, #1.
That's it. That's the whole email.
Well, you like the brevity, and there's TMA Walrus #1 kind of giving you...
TMA Walrus #1.
Well, Chairman, I guess the ones that I saw coming in, were they bored? Yeah, err on the side of caution.
I'm looking at them.
Err on the side of caution.
And there's a lot of no.
There's a lot of no. All right, well, then that's what we have. The Design Air Heating and Cool. Well, there were a bunch more that came in, and I was like, I'll only go over to the unfiltered because maybe Chairman hadn't had a chance, but then I noticed they weren't in there.
They were vile.
And then Jackson was looking at them, and there was a whole lot of no.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of no's.
Well, I appreciated the brevity from a fellow by the name of Hey Man, He-Man, so I will vote for him. Hey Man, He-Man gets my vote.
Timothy Treadwell.
I'm on Treadwell.
Timothy Treadwell is one. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's a nice win for Timothy Treadwell. Congratulations on the W. BK and Ferrario are coming up next here on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Alvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.